أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning everyone and welcome to the second day of Maker Majlis's World Refugee Day. I'm Alina Zaman and I will be your master of ceremony for today alongside my wonderful colleague Bayan Khalid. We are both researchers at the College of Islamic Studies at Hamad bin Khalifa University. We are honored to have you all with us, and special thanks to our wonderful speakers for today. We're very excited to hear what they have to say. We would also like to thank our amazing partners for collaborating with us on this valuable event. World Refugee Day is an annual event that was launched by the United Nations General Assembly on December 4, 2000. And since then, the global community has spent this day focusing on ways to improve the lives of refugees. Refugees have always existed and still exist. Some don't have basic human rights. They still live in terrible conditions and need food to sustain their family. Therefore, there is still so much work that needs to be done. That's why we're here today. Maker Majlis is hosting World Refugee Day to hear from experts, activists, and even refugees themselves so we can all learn how to contribute to giving them a better life. And now, without further ado, allow me to introduce our first speaker for today, Ms. Dana Ismail. She is a senior specialist in international partnerships under the International Operations and Programs sector in Qatar Charity. After 7 years of experience in the education field, she began her journey in the humanitarian field with Aleppo Call Campaign. With a bachelor's degree in international business management, in the past 4 years, Dana has built her experience by undertaking different roles within Qatar Charity, such as the head of admin affairs for international offices, moving to establish the Department of Follow-up and Monitoring in addition to the duty of acting head for the department. Dana is currently in the process of obtaining her PGMP license and is pursuing her master's degree in the field of Islam and Global Affairs at Hamad bin Khalifa University, with the aim to enrich her academic background to bring a new perspective to partnerships for international operations. The floor is yours, Ms. Dana. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Alina. Thank you for the introduction and good morning, everyone. Please allow me to start with congratulating you on the great start for the event yesterday. It was very insightful and I think it's the best kick to bring more awareness to refugees issues in a global perspective. Today, I'm honored to speak on behalf of Qatar Charity International Operations sector, and what we will try to talk about is basically just shedding the light on the issues that are related to the increasing number of refugees and IDPs around the world, and perhaps highlight some of the initiatives that Qatar Charity has initiated over the years, in which the aim was to help refugees on the longer term to build their resilience, to build their capacity to self-reliance, and make sure that we are creating the base for the next stage of development for them. So I'll try just to present my screen. However, please let me know if you already can see it or not. Okay, share my screen. Am I on present? Can you see my screen? Okay, great. So we'll just start with like basic facts and figures to understand how big is the issue with refugees and IDPs. We have approximately the latest figures states that we have around 34,000 displaced person per day on a daily basis. 80 millions total displaced persons around the globe at the moment, as per the UN latest figures. Out of these 80 millions, we have 22 millions of refugees outside their countries, refuging to different places. 86 of them are 86% of them are unfortunate to refuse to neighboring countries where the existing situation is already fragile. They have fragile economic and political situation. Security is not great, and they are suffering themselves. Um, uh, Directed by its vision and mission, Qatar Charity was keen to contribute to tackling the issues of refugees within a new concept. The new concept was focused on adopting a scheme of flexible financing, moving the contribution of a humanitarian fund from pure emergency interventions to building resilience and more of early recovery and preparation for longer term development activities. The new evolving scope highlighted the gaps in the assistance offered to refugees, especially in the Syrian, for example, long term issues or Palestinian long term issues. However, this transitional strategy was a must and was no longer an option to actually carry on. The strategy ultimate aim was mainly shifting back the allocation, as I said earlier, and the efforts for the international humanitarian resources from the actual emergency to be back in the main SDGs and achieving the longer term sustainable development goals. Uh, what The new concepts were focused on three areas: facilitating voluntary return for refugees where the situation in their countries, in their original countries, were kind of stable, to have them back. So we were helping, and we aimed at helping them to resettle in their countries. For refugees who were forced to move and stay within the new countries, the aim was to reintegrate them and make sure there is an integration plan within the local community and the host community. And finally, building resilience for both the refugees and host communities. Why? Because most of them, as I said earlier, are refuging in countries that are already fragile in their economic situation and in their scarce resources. So there was an urgent need and a must need to help building the resilience in the host communities as well, in order to be able to actually support the refugees who are residing in their countries. Why we went with this strategy? The strategy aimed at it offered a possibility and viable solutions to the refugees tragedy, because it took for most cases, for example, for the Somalian refugees, for Sudanese refugees, or Rohingya, Syrian or Palestinian refugees, is taking actually a long term, more than required. Um, just supporting or facilitating, for example, the voluntary return will help in ending the suffer and give them their rights that they are entitled for, and give them the base to get back to their normal lives. The risks of interruptions in hosting communities will be reduced, because poverty can lead to crimes and terrorism are a big issue in today's world. And in order to fight this, in addition to actually kill the economy and kill the security of the country, is basically make sure that we are empowering both the host community and the refugees. The level of dependency on the humanitarian aid will be gradually tackled, which means that people are can be more self-reliance, and we can actually shift the resources towards more urgent needs or towards the SDGs. We had this model in Ghazi Antab in Turkey, which we consider a successful model actually. And model in Turkey was used as a blueprint to mock in different countries, which we actually did. We moved the same experience to Malaysia, to Somal, and it was a great start, a great kickstart for this model of integrating like all different communities that are in interaction with refugees and IDPs. Why we call it the trifecta of Ghazi Antab? Because it was based on three factors, three decisions that were made based on three strategic views. There are The focus was to actually um, um, shifting the or building a relationship that will enable us to intervene both in the inside the Syrian land, in Turkey being the largest host country of refugees and of Syrian refugees, of course, and at the same time making sure that we are actually providing assistance as well as building a base where we can have our exit strategy and sustain the strategy continuing after our exit from these areas serving the refugees. So we had three offices, one in Istanbul, in Ghazi Antab, and in Ankara. Right now, we are only operating through Ankara and Ghazi Antab, and we are operating inside the Syrian lands through field teams in Azaz, Aleppo, and Idlib, basically in the northern areas that are under the Turkish government control and security. Uh, the Why we consider it a successful model, because we started building our relationships and our partnerships in a different way, starting with operations in 2016. So we understood how important is it, especially with a sensitive issue like the Syrian issue, where the regime was not an option to cooperate with. So there was a must and a need to actually build different partnerships and on different levels to make sure that our aims and goals to support the resilience of Syrians are achieved. So we had different partnerships on different levels. For example, with Turkish government institutions. One example of that will be printing curriculums for students over the years in cooperation with the Turkish Ministry of Education, or offering health services like the COVID-19 vaccines in cooperation with the Ministry of Health. It was very important to make sure that we are starting on the right foot with the Turkish governmental institutions, because at the end of the day, the Turkish government resources were under the use, and the areas where we operated inside Syria were under the protection of the Turkish government. Then we collaborated with Turkish humanitarian organizations, and this collaboration was a main focus of us, because nobody knows actually the actual needs on the grounds better than the local NGOs and other humanitarian organizations. The partnership with them helped us build a relation that facilitated our work through cooperation and using the different resources that they had. In return, we offered them the resources that we have, and together we made sure to um, deliver the best service possible to help the Syrian refugees and the Syrian IDPs. Uh, some of these, and I think one of the most important ones are the Turkish Red Crescent, um, which help mainly and especially with the shipment of relief items during the crisis. Collaborating with United Nations institutes, we had long collaborations with different UN entities such as UNHCR, WFP, WHO, especially through the Syrian crisis, and with Turkey office. The partnership was a two ways partnership. We were implementing partners for some of the UN entities, as we were actually contributing also with them and co-financing some of the projects that were directed towards Syrian crisis. For the major suppliers and service providers, it was important just to make sure that we have access to supplies, especially with the situation in Syria. The supply chain management was a tricky part to manage, and the more localized supply chain, the better the interventions, and the faster the interventions are made, which made sure that we are actually doing the interventions in the right time and making sure that these people are receiving their required need-based assistance in the right time. So moving on from Ghazi and Tab model, I wanted to just shed the light that working and the scope of work in Turkey in general through the three main offices there um, that were operating in the start was focusing on different humanitarian sectors. However, it evolved later on to more developmental sectors. At the end of the day, we were serving the same SDGs, and we were working together in collaboration with all our partners there to achieve these SDGs and make sure that our contribution actually made an impact. The SDGs we were focusing on, especially with the Syrian situation, as number one, no poverty. So there were like multiple projects of microfinancing, direct cash assistance that actually evolved into microfinancing and economic empowerment projects, gender equality by empowering women to access of education, access to projects that made them economically independent, reducing inequalities by offering opportunities and access to basic human rights, and then to other services that made them able and build their capacities to actually be self-reliant. Um, we made sure to have our partnerships going in the right direction and managed in the right way throughout the whole process. So we are very proud to our contribution about our contribution in the education, in water and sanitation and nutrition, and achieving food security. This will be shown later with the real life example, actually, with the different case studies that goes on with the same theme of the World Refugee Day for 2021. We understand that this is not a day to celebrate. It's more on focusing on what to do. However, all of our partners in the humanitarian field yesterday and I believe today are focusing a little bit on the actual needs on the field. So we thought that it would be a good idea to highlight some of the initiatives that we think and we believe are successful, are internationally recognized, and are used as a mock for different countries, and was adopted on an international and global within an international and global scope. First, with a focus on the health sector, there is Quest Health. Quest Health is actually an initiative that was built for the Syrian refugees and IDPs. It was jointly started with QFFD, Qatar Financial Qatar Fund for Development, and the project itself or the initiative itself is consisting of two phases. Um, at the moment is still operating, and the main phases were basically providing primary health services, and then moving into secondary and full complete health services, and building the capacity of the local health providers to make sure that even after our exit they are still able to continue with providing the same quality and the same a standard health service to those who are most in need. The budget for the project in total is 32 million reals, more than 32 million reals, and up to now we are in 75% of completing the projects of the initiative. There are basically 6 projects. Um, the first project is supporting and strengthening primary health care and operating health facilities in northern Syria. Through this project, we are operating 4 health centers for primary care in Idlib, and the 4 primary health care centers actually are serving more than 250,000 beneficiaries. The services we are providing are health services, nutrition, and nutritional education and awareness about nutrition, as well as community health education and awareness raising towards health issues. The project is almost over and almost moving to the stage of actually submitting to be run locally. For the operation of central warehouse for medical supplies. The issue that actually made us think about this project was initially that most of the NGOs and INGOs are working towards providing the services, providing the medicine, but then storing it for whenever it's needed was a huge issue that we had to think about. So purchasing, distributing medicines, we carried for 87 hospitals and health units. The project targets 1.8 million beneficiaries. The main areas are Aleppo, Idlib, and the duration of the project is for 1 year. The project is already completed. Operating the ambulance system and supporting the referral system in northwestern Syria. This project serves and aims to serve 9,840 patients by providing 10 equipped ambulances and supporting the referral system for a period of 12 months until it's actually transferred to be run locally. The operational costs were also covered. For the fourth projects, we have the Qatar Clinics complex in Afrin. The complex aim to, or the project aim to rehabilitate and provide basic medical equipment and furniture for Afrin Hospital and clinics. Mainly the emergency unit. It benefited 45,000 beneficiaries in the targeted area. And we are really glad that we managed to complete this project, because it's actually the only hospital within the areas that's offering full health services, primary, secondary, and all complementary services as well. For the fifth project, improving access to life-saving primary health services by operating six primary healthcare centers in northern Syria, it aims to meet the urgent health needs for the IDPs in Idlib and Aleppo. However, it was directed more towards the host communities rather than the IDPs themselves. The project aimed to improve the quality of medical services by providing technical support, capacity building sessions for workers in the health care system, and by covering the operational costs as well for running these hospitals and providing supplies and medical supplies to them. For the final project is the specialized health services in Idlib and Aleppo governance. This project fills the need uh, um, uh, and the gap of secondary health provision. The project is still ongoing, and it's actually um, providing mainly capacity building in regards to infection prevention and control (IPC) measures by WHO as well as UNFPA standards, operating procedures and guidelines, which is crucial at this part at this period of time, especially with the COVID-19 pandemic hitting the globe. Uh, for the learn part or education initiatives, Qatar Charity in 2016 initiated the World Refugee Schools in collaboration with other institutions such as Institute, Lego Institute, and other partners. The WRS was mainly initiated to solve educational dilemmas that faced the Syrian refugees to start with. This dilemma basically is that the official and unofficial education services that were provided within camps for IDPs and refugees were not recognized or accredited internationally, which means that the refugees were not and IDPs were not able to join any recognized universities or continue their education. And if they were to be moved or resettled in a different country, their whatever education level that they have reached will not be accepted and recognized. A YWRS, uh, the main vision of the World Refugee School was providing quality education for refugees globally. The mission is to leverage technology to enable scalable, affordable, and quality education for world's refugees and displaced children and children in fragile countries. Um, there are like shocking statistics stating that 65% of refugees internationally are actually children that are in school age under 18 years old. And out of these 65%, almost 40% are not enrolled in official education that's accredited or recognized. So the SDGs that this initiative aimed to contribute to is SDG number 4 of ensuring inclusive and equitable education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, and of course partnership for achieving goals. It's important to highlight here that the pilot project was accredited and licensed before even the starting of the initiative and the launch of the initiative. The platform that Qatar Charity provided offered the access to curriculum from grade 1 to 12. Later on, even preschool education for students under 6 years old were added. The main subjects were math, Arabic, English, science, geography, and later there were different subjects that were added, such as philosophy, history, and so on. And it is the curriculum that they are using are basically the Arab Baccalaureate, and this is just because it's a non-profit educational system, and globally recognized and accredited, which actually helps solving the issue of private educational institutes trying to provide like a specifically designed curriculum. Uh, all related projects to WRS, and beneficiaries were offered the chance to go to certain education centers that were built for that purpose, that offered them access to the platform, and where they could report to. This baccalaureate, the Arabic baccalaureate curriculum, actually gives them the chance to enroll in any international university for higher education. There is a small clip that I would like to play here. It's for a movie that was a documentary that was shooted in cooperation with Al Jazeera documentary, and it won actually several prizes last year. It's called Aqlam Bila Rusas. Basically talking about the WRS initiative and how it's changing lives of Syrian refugees. I would just like to remind you that this initiative actually moved to a wider scope and is not only serving Syrian refugees, but now we are moving and broadening the scope to include more IDPs, refugees, and people or students who are not able to access the services. So I'll not play the whole movie, of course. We will just start at one point. And excuse me, that's because it's in Arabic. We don't have really we don't have an English version of it. But then I hope that you will get the idea on how such initiative can actually provide limitless opportunities to kids who are unfortunate around the world. I will offer you the link later if you would like to see the full documentary. Oops, sorry.
Donna, sorry to interrupt, but is there supposed to be sound?
Yes, actually.
Okay, so when you share screen, there's a button you click that says share computer sound. Just make sure you click it.
Okay, let me try again. Please let me know if it's working or not. So we'll share screen, and then we will go to
The bottom, it should have a checkbox.
okay, share computer. Yeah, I can see it now. So I'll not repeat the whole thing. I will just like start from here, which I think
لعالم
is.
غني
Oh,
بمصادر
there we go.
Is it
المعلومات.
working?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
المدرسة هي إنه أنقذتنا بالتعليم الرقمي، لأنه أكثر الطلاب ما كانوا بدهم يرجعوا على المدرسة، وأجى التعليم الرقمي على المدرسة ورجعونا على المدرسة. كل الطلاب اللي كانوا ما راح يرجعوا على المدرسة رجعوا على المدرسة مشان التعليم الرقمي. أمي وأبوي إيش رجعوني قالوا لي إنه روحي على المدرسة، بس هن كانت إنه لما قالوا لي إنه روح أرجع على المدرسة كان بالفصل الثاني من الدراسة من السنة، والسنة اللي بعدها أنا رجعت على المدرسة وكملت دراسة. شيء إنه ما أمي توفت زعلت وانقهرت وصرت وحيدة، إنه أنا ليش ما عندي أم، وصرت أفكر. فاجيت إنه قلت ليش لازم أنا، أمي كانت تحب إني أتعلم، أنا لازم أرجع على التعليم. أنا كنت خاف بس كنت أوثق بحالي، قلت لازم أنا لازم ما أفشل بحياتي، أنا لازم ضل ناجحة ولازم أرجع كفي دراستي. عندما فكرت أرجع على التعليم وسمعت بالتعليم الرقمي، إنه قلت تعليم رقمي حلو، التعليم الرقمي صرت أفكر. بعدين تشجعت على هالفكرة، حبيت إني أعيش هالتجربة. نحن بنجي بكير على المدرسة لأنه بيكون قبل المدرسة عندنا دورات بالكرفانة. بعد ما نخلص من الكرفانة بيعلمونا على اللابتوبات، بعد ما نخلص بنطلع من الكرفانة بندخل على صفوف، بيعطونا حصص. نحن دوامنا 5 حصص من الساعة 11 للساعة 3، 5 حصص، بين كل حصتين عندنا فرصة. وآخر حصة بننصرف بعدها على البيت. الأستاذ إنه بعد ما ننصرف في البيت عنده بيحط لنا الواجبات، وثاني يوم بنرجع على المدرسة وبنشوف الواجبات ورا الدرس على اللابتوبات وبنحلها كل طالب لحاله، وبكون الأستاذ إنه معنا بالكرفانة وبنحلها، وبعدين هو بيطالع لنا العلامة مثل الامتحانات. هلا اذا غبنا على المدرسه مثلا اسبوع بسبب المرض او بسبب شيء، ببعث لنا الاستاذ الرابط على المجموعه، رابط الدرس، ونحن بندخل على الدرس بيكون مشروح كل شيء من الدرس على التليفون، ونحن بندخل وبنحسن هيك انه نفهم الدرس. هلا اللي بيكون عنده لابتوب في البيت بيحسن يدخل اللابتوب، بس اللي عنده جوال كمان بيحسن يدخل من الجوال.
الحرب خلفت آثار من جميع النواحي على الأطفال السوريين. الحرب حرمت بعض الأهالي من أطفالهم، ووجدنا بعض الصور لطلاب سوريين يعني المقعد الذي بجانبهم فارغ بعد أن خسروا زملائهم. فالمعلم لا يقتصر دوره اليوم على تعليم الطفل القراءة والكتابة والحساب وغيرها، وإنما يجب أن يكون المرشد النفسي لهذا الطالب. يجب أن يتحلى بطباع تحاول أن تخفف هذا الألم الذي تلقاه هذا الطفل، سواء في وجوده في سوريا أو في بلدان المهجر.
الظروف النفسية الناتجة عن الحرب واجهنا عديد من الحالات. كان نحن دورنا كمدرسين تنمية بعض المهارات عند الطلاب لزيادة قدرتهم على مواجهة الضغوط السلبية في الحياة اللي بيعانوها، خاصة ظروف الحرب الصعبة اللي نحن عايشينها، وقدرتهم أيضا على تحمل ضغوطات الحياة حتى نحقق الفائدة المرجوة بإذن الله سبحانه وتعالى. بعض الحالات واجهتنا نازحين ما بيتأقلموا مع البيئة الموجودين فيها، يعني هن بحكم نزوحهم كانوا كل فترة بينتقلوا من مكان إلى مكان آخر، يعني نوعا ما صار بيعيشوا يعني ضمن قوقعة، ما في عندهم يعني تواصل بينهم وبين زملائهم أبدا أبدا. نحن حاولنا كمدرسين إخراج الطلاب من هالحالات هيدي لدمجهم أكثر مع أصدقائهم ضمن الفصل الدراسي.
أول ما اجينا إنه هيك أنا كثير أخذ وأعطي مع الطالبات، ما حسيت حالي إنه قل لازم إنه ما والله حس حالي غريب بالمدرسة، أقعد بآخر مقعد لحالي أدرس لحالي، لا أنا لازم أتفاعل مع الطالبات والطالبات يتفاعلني معي، وحبيت إن هيك وتفاعلنا مع بعض وصرنا رفقات. علاقتنا كبيرة هلا أنا ورفقاتي، إنه دائما مع بعض، ما بنترك بعض أبدا، ما بنفارق بعض. مثلا إنه نغاب الطالبة بعد الدوام بيروحوا على بيتها، ليش غبت اليوم؟ إيش صار معك؟ هيك نحن أنا ورفقاتي عنا إنه مشان نطمن على بعض، ما بنترك بعض. نتعاون بالدراسة، إنه إذا كان في عنا درس بدنا نحفظه، مثلا نتواصل مع بعض على الجوال، هي بتبعت فكرة من عندها إنه شرح، وأنا ببعت لها فكرة إنه مثلا فقرة هي ما عرفت تشرحها أنا بشرح لها هي، وأنا ما عرفت فقرة أشرحها هي بتشرح لي هي. هيك بنتعاون وبنحفظ الدرس. ووقت الامتحانات يوم أنا بروح لعندها وهي يوم بتجي لعندي وبنحفظ سوا.
So the main focus here, what we want to make sure that we are actually highlighting is that the project is not only providing opportunities, equal opportunities to students around the world to quality education, but we are taking into consideration gender equality, empowering girls, making sure to enroll, um, uh, making sure to adopt the gender perspective in all of our projects, as you can see, and we are also focusing on the psychological mental health part, and building the capacity of the staff in the education system who are dealing with a more sensitive age group, kids of all. Moving on, um, for the shine part, I would like to talk about the Sport for Peace and Development initiative. It's an initiative that took place as part of the post signature of the peace agreement, Doha agreement in 2011. And the main aim of this initiative was to actually reintegration of returning IDPs and returning refugees with their local communities back. Um, the initiative a main scope is basically social cohesion and social and peaceful coexistence, especially that it took place in an area where people are coming and refugees are coming from different ethnicities and different religions, and ethnicity was a big is actually a big thing that drive them towards either moving towards violence or towards peace. The main aim was to use sports to promote peace and prevent violent extremism. Um, as I said, the targeted beneficiaries were the returning IDPs and refugees. The main objective was to reintegrate these refugees and IDPs into the societies and promote social cohesion. It's part of the peace building and reconciliation, SDG number 16. Um, I would like to talk a little bit about the Sports for Peace initiative. Uh, this was like a country, Qatar initiative, not only Qatar charity. It was in collaboration and cooperation with many partners, such as Save the Dream program. The initiative basically was divided or was consisted of two main parts. The first one is financing building of sports facilities like 40 stadiums and five main stadiums that are very big, and then initiating and starting a competition, a soccer competition. And the other part was actually by sponsoring and adopting 50 prospect leaders, or as we like to call them, leader of change. These 50 young leaders are coming from different displaced camps and different displaced communities, and they were given intensive like capacity building in the field of social cohesion and peaceful coexistence, in order to promote awareness in the bigger societies where they are coming from. The initiative was recognized globally by UN and was listed in their guidelines for sports for peace. Um, uh, the important point that we would like to highlight is that we can promote um, peaceful coexistence, and we can use it as a mechanism to preparedness to prevent uh, the local conflict war zones, to prevent them from actually having those conflicts that are leading to longer term effects. The burdens that are put on the global humanitarian system um, need to be tackled in a way that focuses on preparedness to prevent the crisis before it's actually happening. The Sport for Peace and Development is a great initiative. It can be re-initiated in so many different zones where there are like civil conflicts, and just thinking of this small concept of preparedness and putting more focus on the importance of preparedness and building resilience to prevent actually moving to the situation where we need to allocate all these resources and create all these burdens on development efforts, um, will be the next step for us if we ever want to stop the cycle of this huge number of IDPs and this huge number of displacement. With that said, I would like to thank you all for listening, and I hope I didn't talk too much to lose your attention. Please, if you have any questions or ideas you would like to share, I would be happy to answer them or discuss them further.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dana Ismail. That was a wonderful presentation. From the audience, if anyone would like to ask a question, please ask away. And if not, then we will be having a break for 10 minutes and we will tune in for our second session at 11 a.m. with Ms. Dr. Gulshin.
Alina, maybe just wait for a second, like maybe still our audiences, maybe they're digesting the amazing presentation, and because like I'm sure that like there might be some questions actually, like I can even kickstart maybe just to kind of like start the conversation. You mentioned that the UNTEP model is like being implemented in other places, right? So
yes, correct.
So it's like when you implement a model in a different place, one of the areas that I really like to kind of study actually is the transfer of practices and translating certain kind of institutional configurations from one location to another, especially in the policy world. Yeah. So what are some of the factors that affect the sustainable or successful implementation of one model in one country in a different setting, or limitations?
Yeah, thanks so much for this question. It's actually, I would start with the local government policies. For example, the model of Gaziantep moved to Malaysia for Rohingya refugees. One of the obstacles that we were faced with is basically that Malaysia was not part of the international a commitment agreement towards refugees and refugees' rights. So we had to tweak the model on the institutional level to create the legal framework for our existence in Malaysia. In different countries, such as Indonesia, for example, the only way that you can operate there is through local NGOs. So your partnership and your faith has to be in the right partner. The issues are mainly human resources, in terms of like recruiting the right staff with the regulations of these countries, and making sure to include the host communities, even if they are well-developed communities within the interventions, which means that more resources will be deducted from the resources that were supposed to be allocated for the refugees themselves. Or in countries such as Lebanon, for example, your efforts can be stopped for a really long time before even restarting again. So when you start again, you start even from below zero level because of the political situation in the country. And when you want to um, invest in the country itself, and with all these refugees, and with a high risk of everything, um, you reach one point where the outcomes and objectives are not on the same level and are not on the same standards. So the key point here is to be smart and realistic, and to know exactly which part to tweak to make sure that you will achieve your goals and those who are in need are served quickly and in the best way to facilitate your operations. I hope it answered your question. Uh,
Thank you so much. Thank you
I
so
think
much there, Dana. This is wonderful. This is wonderful. And there's a few other
I
questions
think
in the chat.
Yeah,
yeah.
so there's another question from Awukir, and he's saying, how did you manage to collect primary data on the need analysis before starting health projects you are running?
So, as mentioned earlier, there was a large cooperation with multiple partners, especially um, with areas that are within like war zone areas, such as Syria situation. There are normally international organizations that carry on rapid needs assessment immediately when the crisis is happening, and which update their data on regular basis. One great access point is OCHA, a, the World Development Bank. Um, your partners on the ground, on the field, or if you are actually operating in that country, your team can start do the need analysis. um, if I'm not mistaken, you are talking about the health projects in Syria, so I'm hoping that this answered your questions. We had a $500,000 agreement with OCHA to support their administrative services there, which part of it is actually the need analysis. And UNHCR being the official organization where all these IDPs and refugees are registered, provided like in-depth data about the numbers, the priorities, and the areas where we needed actually to intervene in terms of health sector.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Dana. I believe Dr. Gulshan has a question.
Thank you, Alena. Thank you, Ms. Dana, for the great presentation. Actually, I don't have a question, but I'm thinking if we can collaborate, because as BESME group with Ms. Zina Hassan, also we worked on very useful research study, like a strategy. So if we can collaborate actually to put maybe a strategy or a plan for MENA region. So this is what I wanted to say.
Thank you so much. I'm really interested to learn a little bit more about your operations. I think Dr. Tak, Ms. Alina, and Ms. Zinat have my contact details, and it will not be an issue at all to offer you my my contact details. And actually, for anyone who's like interested to know a little bit more about Qatar charity activities, or perhaps like can see a possibility for partnership and cooperation. If you wish, I can actually write you the general email. However, for personal details, please, you can contact me privately now, or through the team, as mentioned earlier.
No problem. Through Maker Majlis, we can keep in touch. Actually, my presentation is in a few minutes, so we can later on collaborate. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a good day. Thank you.
I was going to suggest also the same thing, that the presentation of their Ms. Gulshan and the Besma group will be right after your presentation there, Ms. Dana, and in a few minutes. So if you have time, of course, we understand your schedules. If you have time, please stay with us.
I'll be here.
This might be a great opportunity to learn more about.
I will definitely be here. Thank you.
Potential, or explore some potential collaborations. And I believe we would be fascinated to see if some of the discussions lead to new connections and connectivities between different partners. I believe we would consider ourselves successful if that happens. So yes, the MC there, Miss Alina, back to you.
Okay, so now moving on to our second session, which will be Dr. Gulshan Saglam, who is a Lebanese Turkish researcher, the founder and general manager of Besma International Group for Humanitarian Assistance. She has 28 years of experience in the field of social work, human rights, women and youth empowerment. A certified trainer in human rights, general policies, and trainer of trainers. Dr. Saglam earned her PhD from Beirut Arab University and has received numerous awards as human rights activist and published many research and studies. She is also a member of several local, regional, and international organizations. Over to you, Dr. Gulshan.
Alina, please, could you please also mention that the translation will be in the chat area?
Oh yeah, and we will be having a simultaneous translation in the chat area by Ms. Fatin. Thank you. Dr. Gulshan, is everything okay?
Is it like I think maybe there's a technical problem.
I'm so sorry, I was muted. I didn't see that I'm muted. Okay.
Okay, let's try one more time there, Ms. Gulshan.
Okay. Okay. So first of all, thank you to Dr. Tok and his team for this great conference in this time. Also, it's very important for Maker Majlis to organize in the Day of Refugees. So thank you so much. Also, I want to thank Ms. Dina Hassan this journey was with Hassan and with the support of Basme Group. Sorry, I will talk in Arabic. فاذا انا رح احكي بالعربي لانه انا كنت محضره البرزنتيشن بالعربي، وبتمنى الكل يكونوا عم يقدروا يعني يفهموا اللغه. بالبرزنتيشن تبعيتي رح احكي عن اهداف الدراسه يلي هيدي دراسه بحثيه حول عوده اللاجئين السوريين لبلدهم الام، وبنعتبر هيدا حق من حقوقهم، واللي كانت رحله عمل بيني وبين الباحثه زينات حسن، واللي هي لها تعب كثير بهالدراسه وبدعم وتبني من مجموعه بسمه الدوليه لطباعتها ونشرها وترجمتها والعمل عليها لصارت دراسه بين ايدينا. فاذا بدي اتشكر جزيل الشكر لجهود الباحثه زينات حسن، وكانت رحله انا وياها ممتعه بهيدا العمل بوقت كنت انا طالبه دكتوراه وهي كانت طالبه ماجستير، وحبينا نشتغل هيدي الدراسه لانه حسينا صار في حاجه نتيجه اكثر من 80 مليون لاجئ بالعالم، وخاصه بالمنطقه والدول العربيه في عدد كبير من اللجوء. اذا رح احكي عن اهداف الدراسه، التحديات امام عوده اللاجئين، ابرز الشروط ومفاهيم وخصائص العوده، الادوار والمسؤوليات اللي بتترتب على الجهات الفاعله، سيناريوهات الاستراتيجيه، ركائز الاستراتيجيه المقترحه، وخطه العمل المقترحه لعوده اللاجئين لبلدهم، واخيرا التوصيات. اولا، هل لمصلحه، يعني هيدا سؤال يطرح، هل لمصلحة اللاجئين السوريين هي في البقاء بالبلدان المضيفة أم عودتهم إلى بلدهم ولم شملهم بوطنهم أم استقرارهم في بلد ثالث؟ وهذا السؤال الحقيقة يعني مطروح لنفكر فيه، والإجابة يمكن هن السوريين أنفسهم بيقدروا يجاوبونا عليها. ونحن قمنا بإعداد تقرير، بعد شوي الصحفي وفيق الهواري رح يعرض تقرير اللي عملناه بالمخيمات بلبنان. طبعا نحن عم نحكي عن لبنان، أخذنا دراسة حالة كلبنان، ولكن الدراسة هيدي بتنفع أنها تكون تطبق بأي بلد، لأنه نحن استندنا للقوانين الدولية والقانون الدولي الإنساني والاتفاقيات الخاصة باللاجئين السوريين. استنادا لهالقوانين وللاتفاقيات طبعا نحن بناخذ بعين الاعتبار خصوصية كل بلد وقوانين كل بلد، ولكن هيدي فيها تطبق بأي بلد فيه لجوء ويمكن عودتهم لبلدهم الأم. ولكن نحن حنحكي عن لبنان كدراسة حالة. فإذا نحن طرحنا هيدا السؤال على اللاجئين أنفسهم، لأنه ما بنقدر ناخذ قرار عنهم ولا بنقدر نكون محلهم، ونشوف شو التحديات اللي قدامهم، ورح تشوفوا بالتقرير أجوبتهم. نازحون أم لاجئون؟ وهيدا كمان التعريف، نحن كان عندنا إشكالية بلبنان بالنسبة للتعريف. طبعا إذا بدنا التعريف القانوني للاجئين السوريين هو لاجئ. ليش؟ لأنه أي إنسان يعبر الحدود من بلده يلجأ لغير دولة نتيجة خوف أو نتيجة تهديد على حياته أو نتيجة تمييز أو نتيجة كراهية ضده، واضطر أنه يترك بلده ويعبر الحدود، فهو لاجئ. بينما بلبنان نحن أطلق عليهم تعبير نازحون، والحقيقة كانت يعني هيدي القضية هي سياسية أكثر ما هي تعبير قانوني، وباعتبار كان الوضع انه اللاجئين السوريين لما يطولوا، لما يكون عندهم يعني يبقوا بوقت طويل بلبنان اطلق عليهم نازحون، ولكن النازح هو اللي بيكون بنفس البلد، نزح من منطقه لمنطقه نتيجه كمان اما تهديد، اما خوف، اما حرب، اما وضع اقتصادي معين. لذلك نحن باستراتيجيتنا اطلقنا عليهم عباره لاجئون وليس نازحون. أهداف الدراسة وأسباب اللي دفعت إلى القيام بها فعلياً. تحديد الإطار القانوني، أهم شيء نحن حبينا نحدد الإطار القانوني والمفاهيم للعودة الآمنة من مقاربة حقوق إنسان مع الحفاظ على الكرامة الإنسانية، وهيدا جانب كتير مهم. التأكد من أن أبعاد العودة تعتمد على السلامة والأمن والدعم اللوجستي والإنساني. المساهمة في حل هذا الملف، تخفيف الأعباء عن كاهل المواطن اللبناني. طبعا نحن هالدراسة انعملت من مقاربة حقوق إنسان، عودة آمنة طوعية ومستدامة، لأنه هيدي هي المعايير اللي يجب أنه في حال عودة اللاجئين يعني تكون ضمن هالمعايير. من الأسباب كمان حق اللاجئين بالعودة لبلدهم الأم، وهيدا حق من حقوقهم ما حدا بيقدر يعني ينزع هيدا الحق عنهم. ضرورة إيجاد حل بعيدا عن التحديات السياسية، ونحن بنعرف هيدا الملف عم بيتم استعماله سياسيا، وحتى بلبنان نحن في جدلية حول العودة، لذلك تحول لسياسي بدل ما يكون موضوع إنساني. أو القرارات الارتجالية والسريعة وتباين يعني بأهمية دور المجتمع المدني. هون ضروري نبين كمان أهمية دور المجتمع المدني والناشطين والخبراء بإمكانية أنه يقوموا بهيك نوع من دراسات واستراتيجيات. وصلنا للتحديات، والحقيقة نحن دراستنا تمحورت أو إشكاليتنا تمحورت حول هالتحديات الأربعة، وبدون إزالة هالتحديات أو العمل على هالتحديات لا يمكن أنه يكون في عودة آمنة طوعية ومستدامة. التحدي الأول هو التحدي الأمني، وبيتمثل بعنصرين. أولاً بعد في الكثير من المناطق السورية هي ليست آمنة ولا تزال فيها مشاكل، ونحن بنعرف في عدد من الدول هي موجودة حالياً بسوريا، ويعني هذه الدول في أسباب معينة لوجودها. التحدي الثاني الأمني هو في أشخاص مطلوبين عليهم أحكام قضائية أو مطلوبين للجيش، ويمكن اللي يفوت على الجيش ببطل يطلع، أو هن أصحاب رأي سياسي. فهدول كمان يعني إذا ما طلع عفو عام وصار في تسوية لكل أوضاع لا يمكن يكون في عودة. وهون نحن حاولنا يعني نشوف وين التحديات، وين المشاكل، وين الصعوبات، وعلى أساسها نلاقي حل لكل هالتحديات والصعوبات ليكون في عودة آمنة. التحدي الثاني هو التحدي السياسي، وكمان بيتمثل بأمرين. أولاً استعمال هيدا الملف سياسياً، حتى الدول اللي عم تطرح مبادرات بقضية العودة واللي عم بتحاول يعني تتدخل بحل هذا الملف عم بيكون يتم استعمالها سياسيا. والامر الثاني هو كمان برجع باكد على الناس اللي عندهم راي سياسي او ناشطين سياسيين، او هدول في صعوبه بعودتهم، وبالتالي في صعوبه ل انه هن يرجعوا على بلدهم بدون ما يكون في تسويه بحقهم، ويكون في يعني يكون في عفو عنهم. التحدي الثالث واللي هو من أهم التحديات التحدي الاقتصادي. نحن اليوم لا يمكن هل يعني هون عندي سؤال، هل اللاجئ السوري عايش بكرامة بالبلد المضيف؟ خاصة مثل ما قال امبارح دكتور خالد، نحن اللاجئين السوريين أو غير لاجئين عم يلجأوا لبلدان الجوار اللي هي كمان وضعها صعب وفي اما فقر اما ازمات. يعني نحن اليوم الوطن العربي عم يغلي بالازمات. فاذا التحدي الاقتصادي هو اذا ما اشتغلنا على تامين احتياجاتهم الاقتصاديه وزلنا من امامهم العوائق الاقتصاديه لا يمكن العوده. بنوصل للتحدي الاخير وهو التحدي الاجتماعي، وهيدا بيتمثل بالاندماج الاجتماعي. نحن بنعرف انه ديموغرافيا سوريا تغيرت، يعني نتيجه الحرب والنزوح الداخلي واللجوء لدول مجاوره او غيرها، اصبح في تغير بالديموغرافيا بسوريا، واصبح في خلل اذا بدكم، وفي كثير ناس فقدت بيوتها، فقدت يعني المكان اللي كانت تعيش فيه. فاذا نحن اليوم اذا بدنا يرجعوا اللاجئين السوريين لوين رح يرجعوا؟ هل رح يرجعوا لمناطقهم ام لغير مناطقهم؟ اذا لمناطقهم لازم نأمن لهم احتياجاتهم ونرجع نعيد اذا بدكم ادماجهم بالمنطقه، واذا لغير مناطق لازم نهيئ البيئه اللي موجوده على تقبلهم، ونعمل نرجع اندماج اجتماعي لحتى يرجعوا يستقروا بمناطق اخرى. من أبرز شروط ومفاهيم وخصائص العودة هي إذا بدكم العودة إلى الوطن هي إعادة الإدماج. يعني هون عم نحكي نحن عن الخصائص والمفاهيم. إعادة الإدماج، المبادئ الطوعية والاستدامة. هدول الثلاث العناصر إذا ما كان اشتغلنا على يعني تأمينهم لا يمكن يكون في عودة. لكن المبادئ الطوعية بتتمثل بعودة آمنة وكريمة، يعني بكرامة، حرية مكان الاستقرار إذا في إمكانية. طبعا نحن اليوم بنعرف إنه كمان اللاجئ بده يتعاون بقضية إنه وين بده يرجع وإذا في إمكانية أو لا. القرار المستنير كمان خلينا نشوف عودة آمنة وكريمة بتتمثل بعودة بسلامة، العودة بكرامة، كمان حرية المكان الاستقرار بمناطق سابقة، أي مكان آخر يعني غير الأصلي أو المكان الأصلي هون كمان بدها تتبلور. تهيئة الظروف الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والسياسية، يعني إذا ما بلورنا وهيئنا الظروف والبيئة كمان رح يكون في صعوبة للعودة. كمان أبرز شروط ومفاهيم وخصائص العودة إعادة الإدماج. هون الاكتفاء الذاتي الاقتصادي. لا يمكن نحن نقول في لاجئين لازم يرجعوا بدون ما نأمن لهم اكتفاء ذاتي اقتصادي لحتى يعتاشوا منه بحياتهم ما بعد العودة. الاستقرار الاجتماعي، وهيدا ضرورة مثل ما حكينا إلى جانب الاندماج، يعني بدنا نشتغل أول شيء على الاندماج بعدين على الاستقرار أو إعادة الاستقرار. الرفاه النفسي والاجتماعي، نحن بنعرف اللاجئين من بداية ما لجأوا للبلدان، خاصة نحن عم نحكي عن لبنان. بلبنان من بداية لجوء الأخوة السوريين كنا وكأنه مؤقتين، وتما يكون وقت طويل لا عملنا مخيمات مناسبة تناسب وضعهم وتنظم حياتهم، ولا حطينا خطط مستدامة، ولا حاولنا مثلا نشتغل على أهداف التنمية المستدامة، أهداف اليو-إن. نحن مشاريعنا مشرذمة مبرطعة، يعني الجمعيات مشكورة كثير اشتغلت، البلديات اشتغلت، ولكن ما كان في خطة وطنية بتطال كل اللاجئين السوريين وبتنظم حياتهم وبتطال احتياجاتهم. نحن اليوم 11 سنة اللاجئ السوري ما قدر ياخذ حقه. فإذا كمان بالاستدامة الاستمتاع بالحقوق والكرامة كمواطن، يعني نحن ما فينا نقول بدنا نرجعهم بدون ما نأمن لهم الكرامة الإنسانية. تأمين سبل العيش، يعني نحن إذا بدنا نرجعهم وما كنا حاطين خطة ومأمنين لهم بديل كيف بدهم يعيشوا بيئة آمنة وكريمة، كمان الإدماج الاجتماعي والاقتصادي والثقافي هون كمان بدي شدد عليها، لأنه اليوم كل منطقة نحن بنعرف أنه سوريا إذا بتروح على حلب في عندهم ثقافة معينة، بنروح على طرطوس ثقافة معينة، بالشام إلى آخره. فهون كمان بدنا نفكر بالموضوع الاندماج الثقافي من جديد. هون بنوصل كمان لنقطة كتير مهمة واللي هي الأدوار والمسؤوليات. مسؤوليات بلد المنشأ اللي هو سوريا، والحقيقة في مسؤوليات كتير كبيرة على الدولة السورية. نحن لليوم ما شفنا قرار واضح وصريح من الحكومة السورية بعودة اللاجئين، يعني بيطلع تصريحات، بيطلع كلام انه هدول سوريين فيهم يرجعوا على بلدهم. اوكي فيهم يرجعوا على بلدهم، بس كيف؟ نحن في كثير تحديات قدامهم. إذا ما نزلت هالتحديات، هل عملتوا خطة؟ هل اشتغلتوا على التحديات؟ هل أمنتوا البيئة البديلة؟ مشان هيك هاي الدراسة اللي عملناها بتلحظ كل هالأمور. مسؤوليات البلد المضيف واللي هو لبنان، كمان لبنان عليه مسؤوليات. وهون بدي أرجع لقضية لاجئ أم نازح. صحيح لبنان ما وقع على اتفاقية 1951 اتفاقية الخاصة باللاجئين، ولكن هيدا ما بيحميه من مسؤولياته ومن انه مجبور لما اي مجموعة تلجأ لبلدنا للبنان يفترض نتحمل مسؤولياتنا ونعاملهم كلاجئين ونقدم لهم كل العون والمؤازرة والدعم. من هون يعني أنا بقول في مسؤولية كبيرة على بلد المضيف، أولاً بحمايتهم بلبنان، وثانياً في حال عندهم الرغبة بالعودة وهيدا حقهم، برجع بأكد على حقهم، يكون في مؤازرة ومساندة بالعودة، يعني نأمن لهم من الآن لزد. وهلا حنشوف نحن هيدي يعني موجودة خطة كاملة بتفاصيلها لكيف ممكن تكون العودة. كمان مسؤوليات المفوضية السامية لشؤون اللاجئين، وأنا بشوف أنه اسمحوا لي بعتقد في معنا جهات دولية، الINGO عم يحضروا، خاصة UNHCR وغيرها من المنظمات المعنية بملف اللاجئين. أنا بقول المجتمع الدولي والمنظمات الدولية عليها أن تتحمل المسؤولية أكثر بهيدا الملف. يعني نحن حسب ما عم نشوف بكثير مطارح في تقصير بهيدا الملف. كمان مسؤوليات الوكالات والمنظمات غير الحكومية، طبعا المحلية والدولية، كمان عليها مسؤولية الدعم والمؤازرة والمراقبة. يعني هون أنا بدي أكد على دور المجتمع المدني بكل البلدان المضيفة، دور المراقبة والمؤازرة والمحاسبة لما يكون في تقصير بحقوق اللاجئين. على المجتمع المدني أنه يحاسب وأنه يدعم قضايا اللاجئين. مسؤوليات المجتمع اللاجئين، طبعا كمان اللاجئين عليهم مسؤوليات وعليهم الالتزام، يعني الاتفاقيات الخاصة باللاجئين طبعا بتحكي عن حقوقهم وواجباتهم، كمان عليهم واجبات المفروض يقوموا فيها والالتزام بالأنظمة مرعية والقوانين مرعية الإجراء بالبلد المضيف، وحتى بموضوع العودة يكون في تعاون وتسهيل. نوصل للسيناريوهات اللي تم اقتراحها بالاستراتيجية اللي هي قبل إعداد الركائز الاستراتيجية. طبعا المناقشات الثنائية، السيناريوهات الاتفاق، وهون لا يمكن يكون في عودة منظمة بدون ما يصير في اتفاق بين الدولة اللبنانية والدولة السورية والمنظمات المعنية أو الجهات المعنية بملف اللاجئين السوريين. كمان افتراضات التخطيط، ضروري يكون في عندنا تخطيط مسبق. معالجة سيناريو قضية اللاجئين الذين لا يرغبون بالعودة. يعني هون نحن بدنا نشوف ما بظن في لاجئ ما بده يرجع على بلده في سبب، بدنا نعالج هالأسباب ليش ما بدهم يرجعوا. وهلا رح تشوفوا بالتقرير معظم اللاجئين السوريين لما عملنا التقرير والفوكس جروب بيتبين انه هن لا بدهم يبقوا بلبنان ولا بدهم يرجعوا على سوريا، بدهم يروحوا لبلد ثالث، ومعظمهم بيختاروا اوروبا. ليش؟ لانه شاعرين انه هن منهم مرتاحين لهون ولا اذا رجعوا. من هون نحن بدنا نفكر بالحلول اللي بتريحهم وبترضيهم. الركائز الاستراتيجيه كمان من الضروره نفكر فيها. هون السيناريو المقترح للمناقشات الثنائيه يجب ان تكون باشراف الامم المتحده. يجب انه يكون في تواصل بين الدولتين. هلا بتتحول دائما سياسه بانه ما في تواصل بين الدولتين. هيدا نحن طالما في سفاره سوريه بلبنان والعكس، طالما في امكانيه يكون في مناقشات دبلوماسيه مفاوضات دبلوماسيه، وفيه يكون في تتشكل لجنه بين الدولتين.
Sorry, Mrs. Wilchan, could you please just slow down a bit so that we can follow with the translation? I'm just translating for them on the chat box. So could you please just slow down the way you are presenting? MashaAllah, it's full of information.
So you want me to, be slowly, okay.
Thank you, please.
إذا رح أرجع أعيد المناقشات الثنائية لازم تكون بإشراف المفوضية الأمم المتحدة. الإجراءات المقترحة للحكومة السورية هي أنه تصدر الحكومة السورية بشكل مستقل عفو عام أو ضمانات، يعني يكون في عندها ضمانات قانونية للعائدين، يعني يكون في إصدار عفو عام، هيدا من الأولويات، وضمانات قانونية. كمان الإجراءات المقترحة للحكومة اللبنانية هي تقديم ضمانات حول التحقق من صحة أو إصدار الوثائق الخاصة والالتزام بإنشاء نظام تسجيل للاجئين السوريين. نحن بنعرف أنه بلبنان طبعا اللي مسجل لاجئ هو مسجل وعنده سجل وموجود بالأمن العام اللبناني وبالدولة اللبنانية، ولكن في ولادات حديثة لم يتم تسجيلها. في ناس عم بتفوت يعني كلاجئ ولكن ما عم تسجل لجوء. هي كل الملف لازم يتنظم لنقدر نعرف شو عنا لاجئين وشو ما عنا. وكان في كمان ملاحظة انه في بعض الأخوة السوريين عم بيكونوا باستمرار يفوتوا على سوريا ويرجعوا على لبنان. كمان هيدول ما عم نعرف إذا هن لاجئين ولا لا، لأنه بلبنان بتعرفوا نحن من زمان في الحدود هو شبه وكأنه عم نطلع من منطقة لمنطقة. لذلك يجب تنظيم هذا الموضوع لنعرف قديش عدد اللاجئين، قديش عدد الولادات الحديثة. وهون في مشكلة حنواجهها، انه في اطفال لانهم مسجلين بسوريا ولانهم مسجلين بلبنان، وبالتالي هيدول ما عندهم مواطنة، يعني ما عندهم هوية، هيدول بلا هوية. كمان السيناريو افتراض التخطيط، المفروض يكون في خطة خاصة بمشاريع العودة الجماعية. يعني إذا نحن بدنا نرجع اللاجئين السوريين بشكل جماعي، عودة متكررة أو دورية بسبب انعدام الأمن المحلي أو تدمير البنى التحتية أو أسباب أخرى. يعني كمان هون بدنا نفكر إذا كان بدهم يرجعوا عودات متكررة أو متقطعة كمان، أو سينضم اللاجئون إلى العودة المنظمة التي يعني بتروج لها المفوضية السامية لشؤون اللاجئين. وهون طبعا المفوضية السامية بتقول أنا بدي اللاجئ هو يقرر. نحن بنحترم هذا الرأي، ولكن بوضع اللاجئين السوريين أنا بعتقد صعب اللاجئ يقرر. هو مقرر ما يرجع، بس ليش؟ نحن بدنا نشوف الليش. كمان سيناريو مجموعات المستفيدين المفروض انه يكون في دعم مجموعه واسعه من المستفيدين من عمليه العوده الى الوطن. وهون بدنا نشوف اللاجئ المسجل واللاجئ غير المسجل، برجع باكد الى اهتمام خاص للفئات التي هي بحاجه لتدابير خاصه مثل كبار السن، الاطفال، ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصه وغيره. كمان بنروح لسيناريو معالجه قضايا اللاجئين الامنيه والسياسيه، برجع باكد قد لا يرغب بعض اللاجئين بالعوده لاسباب، يعني في اسباب كثيره لحتى يكونوا مقررين ما يرجعوا او عندهم مخاوف من العوده. اتخاذ الاجراءات القانونيه اللازمه لضمان بقاء ما يرغب بلبنان. يعني هون كمان خلينا نقول نحن ما بنقدر الناس اللي ما عندها الرغبه ترجع نقول لهم تفضلوا ارجعوا، بنقدر ان نخليهم بلبنان، نأمن لهم الحمايه والمؤازره والدعم الى حين ما يكون في تسويه لاوضاعهم ويرجعوا عوده امنه. هون حنبلش بالركائز، وهون يعني نحن فتنا بتفاصيل التفاصيل بالخطه، طبعا انا عم حاول اختصر، ولكن بالاستراتيجيه اللي هي تم طباعتها اليوم عندنا اياها PDF، ومين ما بيرغب نقدر نبعثها، وعندنا اياها دراسه مطبوعه، صارت كتيبات مطبوعه الى جانب التقرير الميداني والفوكس جروب، الجلسات التركيز بنقدر نبعثها وفيها تفاصيل التفاصيل. يعني نحن لاحظنا الخطه والاستراتيجيه للعوده من الآ للزد، وهيدا يعني مشكوره كمان زينات، برجع باكد على هيدا العمل. وضع المبادئ التوجيهيه للعوده، ضروري يكون في وضع مبادئ توجيهيه، تحديد المعايير والأطر العامة، التأهب في لبنان وسوريا. يعني نحن المفروض نكون بخطة طوارئ ويكون في تأهب من لبنان ومن سوريا لحتى يكون في عودة آمنة. إعداد خطة طوارئ طبعا ضرورية من الجانبين، ويكون في لجنة، يعني هيدي ضرورة. إجراءات التشغيلية، تيسير العودة، التنسيق لتأسيس الشراكة وتعبئة الموارد، مراكز التجمع والتنسيق عبر الحدود، تقديم الدعم الأولي، إعادة الإدماج والتثبيت مثل ما حكينا. الركيزة الأولى وهي وضع المبادئ التوجيهية للعودة، المناقشات بين لبنان وسوريا والمفوضية السامية، هيدي لازم تلحظ بالخطة، يعني بخطة الطوارئ إذا بدكم الركائز للعودة. تقديم المشورة التقنية حول الوصول اللاجئين لمناطق العودة، ووضع استراتيجية للاستجابة لاحتياج العائدين. وهون يعني كمان مهمة اللجنة المولجة فيها هذا الملف، تحليل جميع تحديات العودة والمخاطر اللي بتنطوي عليها، وهون كمان المسؤولية اللجنة. الركيزة الثانية وهي تحديد المعايير والأطر العامة، يعني لا يمكن أن يكون في عودة إلا من اتفاق وفق اطلاق النار، يعني يكون في وقف لاطلاق النار، ونكون متاكدين المناطق اصبحت امنه، ضمان الاتفاق حول العوده. يعني ما فينا نحن من الجانب اللبناني بيقولوا لازم يرجعوا، ومن الجانب السوري يقولوا خليهم يرجعوا ما حدا مانعهم. بده يكون في اتفاق ويكون في اشراف للامم المتحده لحتى يكون في عوده. تامين الوصول دون عوائق، يعني لازم نزيل العوائق من امامهم. وضع اطار فعال للاجراءات المتعلقه بالالغام ولا بمخاطر اخرى. الركيزة الثالثة التأهب في لبنان وسوريا، وهون طبعا في مسؤولية على الجانب اللبناني وفي مسؤولية على الجانب السوري. طبعا نشر المجموعات، التركيز بالمخيمات للتوعية، تنفيذ أنشطة تحسين سبل عيش العائدين، إن كان يعني من قبل أو لما يروحوا نتأكد أنه كل الأمور منيحة. الدعم للعمليات الإنسانية وعمليات التخطيط، إعادة بناء البنية التحتية على أساس احتياجات السكان، تنظيم دورات تدريبية لبناء القدرات، وهون بدي ركز عليها وبنقترح هون لما يكون في عودة للاجئين من بداية الأمر نحط لهم خطة ضمن يعني ضمن إذا بدكم السستينبل جولز للأمم المتحدة لحتى يكون في استجابة لكل الاحتياجات. كمان الركيزة الرابعة تأسيس الشراكة وتعبئة الموارد. هون رح احاول امرق بسرعة لأنه بعرف هن كتار وتفاصيل، بس لحتى ما أطول عليكم، بس هي نحن فتنا بالتفاصيل ليش؟ لحتى نضمن طبعا هول حيطبقوا عند العودة، ونحن مستعدين نساعد بهيدا الموضوع. كمان لا يمكن يكون في عودة إلا تطبيق كل هيدول، توفير الحماية والمساعدة، تقديم المساعدة الطبية، توفير الغذاء والمياه وغيره، توفير الوقود يعني كل الاحتياجات إن كانت بمجال الطبابة أو الغذاء أو اللوجستية أو البنى التحتية، إذا ما تم توفيرها ما راح يكون في عودة آمنة. كمان الإجراءات التشغيلية، ترتيب زيارات لتفقد وتنسيق الأقارب، يعني التنسيق مع الأقارب لحتى يكون في يعني اطلاع على أوضاعهم والتعاون مع أقاربهم أو جيرانهم أو الناس اللي موجودة لحتى يكونوا عم يتعاونوا. تقديم المشورة وتوفير المعلومات ويعني حول الظروف وفي سوريا. إجراء الفحوصات الطبية ضروري، هيدا يعني قبل ما يروحوا ولما يوصلوا لهونيك. نرجع نأكد على تحديث السجلات، وطبعا في أشياء عم تتكرر لأنه نحن في أشياء بتكون بالإجراءات التشغيلية وفي أشياء بتكون بخطة الطوارئ. كمان تقديم الدعم الأولي، يجب أن يعبر اللاجئ بحرية عن نية العودة إلى الوطن، وهون نحن يعني بنرجع بنأيد UNHCR بأنه لازم يكونوا لهم قرار، ولكن بذات الوقت نحن بدنا نعرف أنه في عليهم مسؤولية. التأكد من جمع السجلات ومراجعتها قبل المغادرة. التخطيط الاستراتيجي مثل المشاريع المياه والصرف الصحي، وكل هيدول بنرجع بنأكد على أهميتهم. الركائز كمان المقترحة هي المراكز التجمع والتنسيق عبر الحدود، وهون نحن فكرنا بكل التفاصيل وبين أي حدود لازم يتم العبور. طبعا تجميع المجموعات من الخرائط اللي هن يعني لازم يكون في عنا خرائط تنعرف نحن كيف من أي طرقات لازم يروحوا ولوين. ونحن حطينا الحدود بالشكل التالي. العبور الحدود هي المصنع من الجانب اللبناني، جديدة يابوس من الجانب السوري، البقيعة في وادي خالد تلكلخ من الجهة السورية، العبودية الدبوسية من الجانب السوري، العريضة طرطوس من الجانب السوري، القاع جوسي من الجانب السوري. ليش نحن حطينا كل المعابر اللي لازم يروحوا؟ لأنه من وين ولوين وقديش هيدي الطرقات آمنة وسهلة الوصول ومؤمنة من كل الاحتياجات. بنوصل للركيزة الأخيرة والعاشرة وهي إعادة الإدماج، وهون بدي أرجع أكد على أنه لازم يكون في إنشاء نظام تسجيل للسكان العائدين اللي ما عملناه بلبنان وبغير دول وقت اللي صار في لجوء، لازم نعمله عند العودة لحتى عن جد يكون في عودة مستدامة ومنظمة. وضع استراتيجية لتنمية سبل العيش والاستراتيجية للحماية، إنشاء آلية تنسيق لضمان وصول المساعدات إلى اللاجئين العائدين، تحديد مراحل تقديم المساعدة الدورية مثلا على دفعات كل أسبوعين أو شهريا. طبعا بيتم الاتفاق على هذا الموضوع، ولكن لازم تتنظم وتكون ما يصير في كمان ضغط على الحدود أو الطرقات، أو يصير في إغفال بموضوع الحماية والدعم والمؤازرة. ضمان وصول الخدمات لهم ضرورة. نوصل لخطة العمل المقترحة لعملية العودة. طبعا في الخطة اللوجستية، وضع مبادئ توجيهية، إعلام وتوعية، جمع السجلات الطبية، تحديد الفئات المحتاجة لعناية خاصة. هون طبعا في عنا الفئات اللي هي بحاجة لعناية خاصة ضروري نلحظها. بلبنان لازم يكون في تعبئة الموارد وترتيب وسائل النقل، تأمين المراكز التشغيلية وتفعيلها، تيسير إجراءات المرور، إصدار من جانب السوري لازم يكون في إصدار عفو عام على كافة المواطنين، طبعا اللي هن لهم علاقة بالحرب، يعني إما أصحاب رأي سياسي أو يعني عليهم أحكام قضائية من خلال الحرب السورية. نحن ما عم نحكي إذا عليهم شيء من قبل. إصدار الوثائق الرسمية، ضمان حرية اختيار وجهة العودة، اتخاذ إجراءات بشأن الفئات الضعيفة. طبعا بسوريا بنرجع بنقول مرحلة الترتيبات السابقة للوصول، حل النزاعات. يعني المفروض كمان نحن بنعرف بسوريا بعد في كثير من النزاعات ومن المشاكل، يفترض مناطق اللي رح ترجع اللاجئين يكون انحلت النزاعات فيها. تقييم الأوضاع، وهون في دور للمجتمع المدني والمنظمات الدولية للمتابعة والرصد إذا في انتهاكات أو غيره. تقييم القدرة على الاستيعاب، يعني ما فينا نحن إذا منطقة بتستوعب تنقول مليون شخص نحن نحط مليونين، فهي كمان ضرورة. خطط للمراقبة بعد العودة ونظم الرصد، إنشاء أنشطة لتثبيت الاستدامة، وهون الأنشطة لازم تتضمن تمكين قدرات من جهة ودعم إنساني واجتماعي من جهة ثانية. توفير بيئة مناسبة وتقبل عودة اللاجئين خاصة من البيئة الموجودة. وصلنا للتوصيات، وهون قبل ما أحكي بالتوصيات بدي أقول في نموذجين أنا بلاقيهم كتير مهمين. أولاً العراق، لما بعد حرب العراق بعودة العراقيين، IOM منظمة الهجرة العالمية بالتعاون مع منظمات محلية اشتغلوا على دعم العائدين بمشاريع مستدامة، مشاريع اقتصادية مستدامة. وبوقتها بتذكر عطوا كل عائلة $3000 لحتى يعملوا مشروع خاص ويعيشوا منهم لحتى تكون عودتهم مستدامة. كمان في تجربة تونسية كتير مهمة بالهجرة أو اللجوء اللي صار من ليبيا لتونس. تم اقتراح قانون أو بالأحرى يعني إقرار قانون خاص باللاجئين، وقاموا بحملة، منظمات المجتمع المدني قامت بحملة لدعم ومؤازرة اللاجئين. ليش؟ لأنه نحن بنعرف عم بيصير في نوع من الكراهية بين الدولة المضيفة أو الشعب المضيف وبين اللاجئين، وهيدا نتيجة الظروف اللي عم بيعيشوها بلداننا. يعني نحن بنعرف مثلا لبنان هلا ما قادر يقوم بحاله، بينما عنده حوالي 2 مليون لاجئ سوري اللي هن واضحين رسميين 1.5 مليون. فالمجتمع المضيف عم بيصير في عنده نقمة بأنه عم يجي هاللاجئ يشاركوا بموارده برزقه فهي هيدا الكراهية لما تصير علينا أنه يكون في أولاً بالبلدان المضيفة مخصصات للاجئين وفصل مواردهم عن موارد الشعب المضيف. كمان بالعودة نجرب نأمنهم، وهون يمكن IOM تقدر تلعب دور كتير كبير. فإذا التوصيات اللي توصلت لها الدراسة أو الاستراتيجية هي تشكيل لجنة تضم الجهات المعنية بهذا الملف، خاصة شخصيات من المجتمع المدني، إعداد خطة طوارئ تتطلب استجابة فورية، تحديد المعايير القانونية لتعزيز أي عودة طوعية للاجئين في أمان وكرامة على أن تكون عودة مستدامة، تعزيز عملية أخذ القرار للاجئين واحترام رغبتهم في العودة إلى وطنهم، على أن يستجيبوا هم أيضا لما فيه المصلحة العامة طبعا، العمل على إزالة العوائق وتأمين حياة كريمة اقتصاديا واجتماعيا وأمنيا. كمان التشديد على الإرادة السياسية الواضحة والصريحة لبلد المنشأ، وهون دور سوريا كثير مهم. ما بس يعني المفروض هي اللي تحط استراتيجية للعودة، مش نحن. المفروض هي والدولة اللبنانية يتعاونوا بوضع استراتيجية لعودة فعلا آمنة وكريمة. التأكيد على أهمية تعاون المجتمع الدولي للمساعدة في تنفيذ عملية العودة. هون كمان يعني نحن بنشوف أنه في ضرورة لتعاون المجتمع الدولي خاصة المنظمات المعنية. العمل على الإدماج الاجتماعي للاجئين إلى غير مناطقهم، التأكيد على أهمية مساعدة منظمة الهجرة العالمية مثل ما سبق وقلت، هون بتقدر يكون لها دور كثير مهم. هون نحن أنا بدي أقول شغلة يمكن بغاية الأهمية. ما بس تبنينا هالاستراتيجية واشتغلنا عليها، نحن عملنا خطة لكيف ممكن ندفع باتجاه تطبيقها. أول شيء أول ما خلصت الاستراتيجية أخذناها ورحنا لعند وزير الشؤون الاجتماعية وسلمناه إياها، باعتبار هو الموكل بقضية عودة اللاجئين. كمان عملنا زيارات للجهات الفاعلة اللي هي الأمن العام، الصليب الأحمر، الجهات اللي عملنا اجتماعات مع UNHCR كرمال ما تكون بس يعني على الورق هيدي الاستراتيجية، كرمال يتم تطبيقها. وقمنا بورشة عمل ضمت المجتمع المدني والجهات الرسمية من لبنان، المجتمع المدني لبناني وسوري حتى فلسطيني، لحتى يتبنوا هالاستراتيجية ويدفعوا باتجاه تطبيقها. ونتج عن ورشة العمل توصيات ومخرجات أنا برأيي جدا مهمة وقابلة للتطبيق. يعني حاولنا نكون موضوعيين ونقدر نطبق هالاستراتيجية. كمان نتج عن الورشة لجنة هي اللي راح تكون مكلفة بوضع الخطة. هي الخطة محطوطة والاستراتيجية موجودة، ولكن بوضع موضع التنفيذ أكثر من أنه يعني هي مولجة بوضع خطة، هي لا تنفذ. أنا بدي أشكر الجميع على حسن الإصغاء، وآسفة للإطالة لأنه استراتيجية كتير كبيرة وهيدا يعني تم اختصارها. ونحن هيدي الاستراتيجية إن كان أنا وزينات حسن ومجموعة بسمة الدولية بنحطها بين أيدي أصحاب القرار المعنيين، وعلى أمل ونتمنى أنه يتم تبنيها وتطبيقها، لأنه فعلا يعني من للذات كاستراتيجية مناسبة لتطبيقها، خاصة بتنفع لتكون بأي بلد. وعم نحضر كمان ليكون في مؤتمر إقليمي أو ندوة إقليمية كمان لنحولها إذا بدكم لورقة ممكن تنفيذها إقليميا. وبنتمنى أنه نكون ساهمنا، قدرنا نساهم بحل هيدا الملف وعودتهم لبلدهم آمنين. شكرا جزيلا. وهلا إذا في أي سؤال أو استفسار أنا جاهزة. هتحط الفيديو انت او حيعرف؟ لا بدنا
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Gulshan. That was a very informative and wonderful presentation. I could just tell by the way you were talking. So thank you so much for that. And thank you so much, Fatin, for translating this presentation. And now I would like to ask the audience if anyone would like to make a comment or ask a question. You can even type it in the chat box below in English if you would like to, or in Arabic. Okay. Okay, Professor, shall we go on our? Is there something?
No, I was just gonna thank our colleague there, Ms. Gulshan, and her team for being with us. It has been a really a very fruitful process to get to know, and I see actually rather than me rambling, I just see a comment by Şeyma Durukan from Istanbul Medeniyet University. Alina, do you want to read it, or maybe it's a question?
Okay, so she's saying thank you, and for this very useful and briefly presentation. I think all of them require a big responsibility from the Reem in Syria and neighbors. Finally, as a Turkish, how could you learn Arabic very well? And I want to ask, because I'm also Turkish, salam from Turkey, Istanbul.
Apart from living in Lebanon, I think the best answer is you have to live in a place where the language of life is actually Arabic, or one of the main languages Arabic, right?
Actually, I'm very lucky because I'm Turkish and now Lebanese. I have been in Lebanon since more than 30 years. I came since I was 15 years. Now everyone knows my age. So, but I love Arabic language. This is why. So of course, I still going to Turkey. My family is in Turkey, but I live in Lebanon, and I love Lebanon. This is why I'm talking both languages, Arabic and Turkish.
And also, I believe that there is a nice combination between the Turks and Lebanese, because I know so many families, like one of the spouses is Turkish, the other one is Lebanese. And I believe there has been a flow of Turkish citizens from
60% of yes. Sorry. Yes, Dr. Tom.
I was just sorry, the line has been cut. So I was just saying that I know that there is some Turkish citizens, especially from Hatay and Antakya, Iskenderun, they migrated to Lebanon and maybe 30-40 years ago, right? From Antep. So I think they are quite kind of let's say cosmopolitan when it comes to language and life, and they kind of enjoy being citizens of both countries and multiple identities. And the good thing is they are bilingual, right?
Yes, true. Dr. Turk, as you said, there are around 50,000 Turkish origin in Lebanon, and they are now living like me. Actually, I came in different way, but our Turkish people in Lebanon, they used to live with Lebanese people as if they are originally Lebanese. We love Lebanon. Also, there is a study shows that the origin of Lebanese Lebanese people, 60% of the Lebanese people are Turkish origin. So we are, so we are not far from Lebanon. Also, Turkey feel like Lebanon is neighbor country. Not always Turkey try to help Lebanese people with projects or with services or aid. Here, Tika, it's a Turkish company. It's worked on a lot of projects for humanitarian assistance.
I think I don't want to turn this into like a history course, but you know, I think the genesis of the ancestors of Lebanese are the Phoenicians, right? In Turkish, we call the Finikeliler, right?
Yes, true.
And Finike is a place in Antalya. Yes. So Finike is a place in Antalya, if I'm not wrong. So it seems that the idea of Phoenicians was quite Mediterranean, right? Like more the kind of the whole the Mediterranean Sea and the region. And those times, I think different identities kind of like affected each other, and they co-created or mutually created new identities. And I think that mobility through the Phoenicians, which was mostly about sailing and shipping, right, like trade and other things, you know. So it's whenever I go to Beirut, by the way, I feel that I'm in Istanbul. Yeah, I feel it's just so kind of similar. So sorry for this actually, but it's an area that we should organize a different conference about, Turks and Lebanese. Like.
True, Dr. Tok. Yes, all what you said is true.
Alhamdulillah.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Doctor, and thank you everyone for tuning in. Now we will be having a half-an-hour break. So
now we have a short video, Ms. Alina. Well, now we have short video.
Okay.
Then Mr. Wafi present the report of the refugee situation in the camps.
Okay.
The Lebanese camps.
Okay.
Okay. So. Actually, this video is about the experience of two youth refugees at the camps. So they came Lebanon since they were around 8 years, 7 or 8 years. Now they are 18 years old.
Mr. Wafiq,
yeah, we are
present in Arabic as well?
But it's translated by subtitles. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I need subtitles. Yeah. Sorry, always there's a technical issue. And then let's start, and then we put the video. Sorry, there is a problem with the connection, it seems. So we are in Lebanon.
Saima commented on what you had said, and she says, as a student of international relations, I want to advance my Arabic too. Thank you so much.
Are you hearing me, Alina?
Sorry?
You're hearing me, right?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, okay. So Mr. Wafi will present his report, and then we put the video. We solve the issue.
Okay.
Dear colleagues, approximately how long is going to be the presentation and the video, if I may ask?
5 minutes.
More than?
التقرير بدي اطرحه بياخذ حوالي 5 دقائق.
It takes 5 minutes, Doctor.
Oh yeah, sure, perfect. Okay. Thank you.
سأطرح نتائج الاستبيان الذي أنجزته مجموعة بسمة الدولية والذي سعى إلى تسليط الضوء على الظروف المحيطة باللاجئين السوريين في لبنان وما هي المخاوف والهواجس التي يشعرون بها في حال العودة. لقد استهدف هذا الاستبيان 200 شخص من منطقة البقاع 61 شخصاً، من الشمال 54 شخصاً، من جبل لبنان 31 شخصاً، ومن الجنوب 55 شخصاً. على صعيد التوزع الجنسي استهدف الاستبيان 51% من الإناث أي 104 و49% كانوا ذكوراً أي 97 شخصاً. كما استهدف الاستبيان المذكور كل الفئات العمرية، فكانت 10% من الفئات المستهدفة هم أشخاص أقل من 18 عاماً، 25% ما بين 19 و 29 عاماً، 25% ما بين 30 و 39 عاماً، 22% بين 40 و 49 عاماً، و13% ما بين 50 و 59 عاماً، و5% فوق 60 عاماً. أما الأوضاع الاجتماعية التي للأشخاص اللي استهدفوا 52% متزوجون، 31% عازبون، 5% مطلقون، و12% أرامل. في حين أن المستوى التعليمي كان الفئات المستهدفة على الشكل التالي: 23% من الأشخاص من الفئات التي أنجزت دراستها الجامعية، 19% في المرحلة الثانوية أنجزوا المرحلة الثانوية، 17.5% أنجزوا المرحلة المتوسطة، و23% أنجزوا المرحلة الإعدادية، و2.5% خضعوا لدراسات مهنية، في حين أن 15% من الأشخاص كانوا غير متعلمين. على الصعيد الصحي تبين أن 2% من الأشخاص اللي استهدفهم الاستبيان من ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة، و20% يعانون من أمراض مزمنة. حول المسؤولية الاجتماعية للأشخاص المستهدفين، فإن 65% منهم يتحملون مسؤولية عائلية، و35% لا يتحملون مسؤولية عائلية. وهنا يجب الانتباه أن من بين ال 65% الذين يتحملون مسؤولية عائلية هناك إناث، نسبة عالية من الناس التي تتحمل مسؤولية عائلية. وتبين أيضاً أن 80% منهم مسجلون في المفوضية السامية لشؤون اللاجئين، في حين أن 20% غير مسجلين، وذلك يعود إلى قرار السلطة اللبنانية بوقف التسجيل بعام 2015، وبالتالي في عدد كبير من اللاجئين الذين دخلوا الأراضي اللبنانية ولم يسجلوا بناء على قرار من السلطة اللبنانية. نوع إقامتهم في لبنان، ف33% منهم مقيم في مخيمات، وهنا يجب طرح معلومة أن المخيمات مقامة على أراضي خاصة، وأن اللاجئين يدفعون أجور وجود الخيم والأراضي الخاصة، في حين 60% يعيشون في منازل مستأجرة و7% في منازل مستأجرة بشكل مشترك، أي أن هناك عائلات عدة تسكن في منزل واحد. 55% من الفئات قدموا إلى لبنان من مناطق ريفية عدة و45% من مناطق مدينية. أما حول العمالة ف47% 47.5% لا يعملون و52.5% لا يعملون، ولكن يجب هنا أن نعرف أن الذين يعملون بشروط غير قانونية وينالون أجورا أقل من الأجور التي يحصل عليها آخرون. أما علاقتهم بالمحيط اللبناني فقال 23% منهم أنهم يجدون أن هناك ترحيبا دائما بهم، في حين أن قال 65% أنهم يرحب بهم أحيانا وأحيانا لا يرحب بهم، وأصر 12% أنه لا يرحب به في المنطقة التي يعيش فيها. أما النتائج التي أظهرتها السؤال الرغبة في العودة فكانت النتائج صادمة، إذ أعلن 51% منهم أنهم لا يرغبون في العودة، في حين أن 24% متردد بالعودة و25% يرغبون. هنا نستطيع أن نفهم لماذا 51% يرفضون العودة، فإن 87% يطالبون بأن يتحسن الوضع الأمني في المناطق التي يريدون العودة إليها كي يستطيعوا العودة. 51% طالبوا تحسين الوضع الاقتصادي، 44% طالبوا بضرورة التوصل إلى التسوية السياسية، 41% طالبوا بأن تكون هناك سلطة القانون فوق السلطات، و30% طالبوا توفير البنى التحتية، و30% أيضا طالبوا توفير التعليم، و23% طلبوا صدور عفو عام، و21% طلبوا توفير الرعاية الصحية.
I think he has got something. What's the?
I think it's a connection problem.
Connection. Give a second.
It seems like a connection problem. Yeah. And once again, special thanks to their Faten for doing the translation like right on the spot. It is not an easy process, and we are really grateful to her.
Thank you so much. This
Yes.
is the least thing I can do.
In the near future, if we
could have
funding,
like at least simultaneously. No, it's okay for me.
Yeah, mashallah, Faten, you're amazing.
I could have done better if it is like, if it is like simultaneously, but writing is typing somehow difficult for me. But anyway, inshallah, I could have reached a minimum limit.
I mean, inshallah, and you are, mashallah, already doing great, and it's really great skill, and we are proud of you. Alina, our wonderful MC, shall we take a break? Because I know
Yeah.
that a lot of colleagues have commitments. So like,
yeah, I
and
think
we
that
have
would be
to be
best.
back, and we're over time already. So
Okay. So
despite this, like, I mean, this connection, special thanks to Ms. Gulshan and our colleagues, Mr. Wasim, and Besme Group in general, and of course, there's Zinat for facilitating our connections. We're extremely grateful. And back to you, Alina.
Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. Now we will be having a half-an-hour break, so please get some rest and do what you need to do, and we'll be back and rolling at 12:30. Our session at 12:30 will be presented by Dr. Tariq Bakri on realities and challenges of refugees education. So see you at 12:30.
See you. Bye-bye.
نفس صور قطاع التيار الكهربائي عندهم، بس هلا فينا نكفي بحجه لدقيقتين حتى كفي التقرير.
Dear colleagues, dear Ms. Gulshan, sorry for this, but we have to stick to our original program. So what we're gonna do is, as a team, we will like depending on the amount of time that you need, because we allocated 1 hour, and it will be very difficult for us to reshuffle it. So if you don't mind, can we schedule yours in a different time? I don't know how much time is remaining, but we assume that 1 hour would be the end. So
yes, we are so sorry. The electricity went out. You know, we are in Lebanon, so we are really suffering from this issue, like internet and electricity. So Mr. Wafiq needs 2 minutes. If you like, he can continue, and the video, we organize it really for this conference. If you want, we can put it later, or now it takes 3 minutes. So this is your decision. Of course, we respect we finish our time.
In fact, what we can do is, I think in 2 minutes will not be fair to Mr. Wafiq, because such a valuable content. So, so therefore, we prefer moving forward with our regular schedule, and then afterwards rearranging yours in a longer time, maybe an additional supplementary session, so that we would be fair to your valuable work. We don't want to squeeze in a 2 minutes. I think.
Okay, no problem. No problem.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your understanding.
No, of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alina, back to you.
All right. Thank you, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you all had a nice break. For our third speaker for today, we have Dr. Tariq Al-Bakri. He has a PhD in civic education and over 25 years of experience in humanitarian and the development sector. In the Middle East, North and East Africa regions, he has led and managed programs in various countries with national and international organizations, including American Friends Service Committee, Near East Foundation, Oxfam GB, and the Humanitarian Forum. He was a member of MENA's steering group for the 2016 World Humanitarian Summit. In 2016, he joined Education Above All Foundation as a technical program specialist. Dr. Al-Bakri works mainly in areas of strategic management, organizational capacity building, and is an experienced facilitator. His specialties include informal learning, civic engagement, humanitarian response and coordination, community-based development, and program management. Over to you, Dr. Tariq. I think he's still not here. Dr. Tariq, are you here with us? Okay, so we're just waiting for Dr. Tariq to log in. He's
I think he was here a minute ago, right? I mean, something happened. I think today internet is not our best ally.
Yeah.
For sure.
I think that's him, right?
Yes, that's him. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay. Sorry for the quick, short delay, dear participants. I believe Mr. Tariq is with us right now. So.
So, Dr. Tariq, you may start now with your presentation.
It's muted, still muted. Alina, do you want to proceed with the introduction maybe in between?
Okay, I'll do the introduction again. So, Dr. Tariq Al-Bakri has a PhD in civic education and over 25 years of humanitarian and development experience in the Middle East, North and East Africa regions. He has led and managed programs in various countries with national and international organizations, including American Friends Service Committee, Near East Foundation, Oxfam GB, and the Humanitarian Forum. He was a member of MENA steering group for the 2016 World Humanitarian Summit. In 2016, he joined Education Above All Foundation as a technical program specialist. Dr. Al-Bakri works mainly in areas of strategic management, organizational capacity building, and is an experienced facilitator. His specialties include informal learning, civic engagement, humanitarian response and coordination, community-based development, and program management. Now, I believe Dr. Tariq is here.
Yes, he's here. Yes, he's here. Okay, great.
Okay, the floor is yours now, Dr. Tariq.
Oh, thank you very much. Sorry to be a few minutes late. Do you mind if I can share my screen, please?
Yes, you are a co-host, yes.
Okay, thank you. I hope you guys are all well.
Alhamdulillah, thank you so much.
Yes, can you see me? Can you see the screen now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, great. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Tariq, as you have kindly introduced me. I really appreciate it. And I work as the technical program specialist at Rota within the Education Above All. And now I'll walk you through some of the ideas that, that relate to education with refugees. So to start with, I would like us to think about what it's like to be in their place. And if you bear with me for a minute, I want you to just imagine, close your eyes and imagine you're sitting in your room, maybe reading a book, listening to music, or checking a website, or maybe you're chatting with a friend on social media. And then one of your parents rushes into the room and say, you know what, we have to leave this place immediately. The news today are not good, and it's no longer safe to stay in this town anymore. We all have to flee to the next safest place. It might be in the neighboring country. You're only given one piece of luggage and probably an hour to pack your things and leave everything behind. Leave your neighborhood, your home, and go and flee to safety. When you ask your parent, when are we returning back? Is this going to be long? You don't have an answer. They don't have an answer for you. You are old. It all depends on the security situation, but it may not be anytime soon. Then a car comes in, takes you with all your family, immediate family, with your siblings, your probably grandparent and your parents, and rush to the borders. Others from the neighborhood may have to walk because they don't have that luxury of the car. And then you cross, and others would have walked through the field and also putting their safety in jeopardy. You arrive into a new area, probably a new country that is very different than yours, with your family, with your siblings, and others. But you leave behind all the memories, all the friendships, you leave behind your school and neighborhood. And then your parents manage to find a place for you to live in. This may be also shared with another two families because you may not have, your parents may not have the financial means to go into a new place for themselves. The adults in your family probably will have to do some jobs that they are not familiar with, but they need to earn some income so that they can provide food to the family. And although it may be illegal to work, but they need to find ways to do that. School, the nearest school may be far from your new home. You either have to walk or spend some of the little money that you have to get to attend to the school. It's also a different environment. The schools, maybe a different language is spoken over there, or the books or textbooks are different. It's not the same curriculum that you are familiar with. The teachers may be also different, coming from different backgrounds. And sometimes maybe there will be, the classrooms are quite crowded. There'll be probably at least 50 of children are in one classroom. Some maybe are younger than you, and others are older than you. Teachers struggle to control the class of 50 students. It's not something that they are familiar with. And at the same time, it's likely that kids also will have some issues and problems and are aggressive and angry most of the time. Many of the people your age may also miss on school. They are not lucky to go and attend. This is only simply a possible scenario for what it's like to be a refugee in anywhere in the world, actually, and it's only one of many stories, or thousands and probably millions of stories that happen around. So how many refugees are in the world? And you probably heard these figures. There was a report that was just released yesterday about the 2020 figures, and I'll go through them because you probably heard these from other speakers, and you'll probably hear them today and tomorrow. Up until the end of December, there were about 82 million forcibly displaced globally. This is a 4% increase from 2019, and it's double the figure from 10 years ago. It's a huge number of forcibly displaced globally. So these are not only refugees, but refugees plus. And I assume that you have heard probably the difference between refugees, who are those who flee for safety, but they cross the international borders of one country. But also there's also what we call is the internally displaced people, who are people who flee their hometowns but stay within the boundaries of one country. And if you notice here, the figure of 48 million is double those of refugees. So the people who move from one town to another within their own country is much bigger load case than the refugees who cross the border. Although the suffering and the experience of these internally displaced people is the same, if not worse, than refugees. And then what is also being noticed from this report is that young people or children who are below 18 years are 42% of this population. more than 2/3 of the people who flee their homes come only from five countries, and these are: Syria is on top of the list. Venezuela recently also went on high levels in the list. Afghanistan, South Sudan, and Myanmar. And if you can notice that most of these countries more or less are conflict countries where there are a lot of issues within them, and people would flee into safety. But where do they go to as well? They come from, the 2/3 are coming from these countries that are majority countries of conflict, but also where do they go to? The largest host countries that have refugees is Turkey, and Turkey is hosts like 3.7 million refugees, then followed by Colombia, Pakistan, Uganda, and Germany. And again, if you look at the first four of these countries, they are more or less, they have their own socioeconomic and development issues that they need to struggle with. So people come from conflict countries and go, and the burden is mainly carried by countries who have their own issues on the human development scale. So if that is the problem, generally speaking, what are the solutions at the aggregate level? What does that look like generally? What are the possible solutions? Why do not people, refugees, or go to their countries, and displaced people go to their own hometowns and cities? Well, some of the reasons that people do not do that is that there are ongoing insecurity in these places. Sometimes there are absence of essential services, the infrastructure of public services, whether that is education or health or infrastructure, are not available to them in their home countries. There are also probably less opportunities for them to earn income, to entrepreneur, to get jobs, and live their lives as normal as it can be. So another probably possible solution is that why don't they settle in new countries? And this is not always available to them, and this is not always a straightforward answer. If you look at the figures that I will share in a minute, you'll find that these are not like drastic or essential solutions. For example, in 2020, only 3.4 million out of the 82 million refugees and IDPs made it back home. So this is like a very small number compared to the burden that is available, and to the number of refugees and displaced people. And it's even less for those who get an opportunity to resettle in new areas. Here it is 34,000 was the figure that was quoted in the report that came out yesterday from UNHCR about global trends in forced migration. So just an example, I mean, this is like a very popular example because of Syria, and because Syria is as I have mentioned earlier, there are the numbers of refugees that are coming from Syria is huge. It's number one in the world so far. So just to give you a flavor of the impact of the refugee influx and on Syria, in 2009, 94% of Syrian children attended primary and lower secondary education. 94%. That's like a huge figure globally to achieve. That was in 2009, before the conflict broke out in the country. In June 2016, and I realize that this is an old figure, but it can tell us that about only 60% of the children did so. And also, this also left about 2.1 million children and adolescents without any access to education. This is only a case in Syria, and we're talking about less than 6 or 7 years. In neighboring countries, there were about 900,000 Syrian school-age refugee children who did not have access to education, who were not attending schools. And generally speaking, why would refugees or Syrian refugees did not attend school? Some of the reasons behind that is that in host countries, not all host countries can absorb the new influx of refugees into their mainstream education. For example, in Lebanon, there was an increase of about 25% of the population as a result of the Syrian conflict. And the country, or the Lebanese government, was not prepared or expected to cater for another 25% of their population on, in a very short span of time. So the infrastructure is not able to take it, or the schools, there are not enough schools to absorb. And so a lot of the host countries would run on 2 shifts to absorb refugees, or to make these opportunities available to refugees and accommodate the increased need. And then in some places also children settle, in camps that are far from the schools, or the camps in the schools do not have good facilities for education. And there are also some other considerations that are, could be social, cultural, or economic. Some of them do not want to send their daughters to schools, for example, for safety reasons, or when they reach a specific age, by 14, 15, they keep them at home. Or some of them, both parents work, and they want probably the children to care for each other, and rather than go to school. Sometimes they can't afford the transport to take them to the nearest school. All these issues are just examples of what comes to families' concerns when they are when they are talking about education while they are in a refugee status. But I mean, if you think about what would be the impact of this experience on young refugees, and we've just listed a few things that that we have learned as we were implementing our projects at Education Above All. Some of these, some of the kids who attend these schools, they could have probably seen their homes destroyed, or probably their relatives, immediate ones or friends killed or injured. Some of them may have disabilities either because of the war or the conflict, or because they were born with it. But these are some of the issues that they experience. Some of them were child soldiers. That means that they were recruited in armies or militias for being taking part in the violence itself when the conflict. Some of them also survive sexual abuse, and we know in these conflicts there is a lot of issues of rape and protection that is compromised. In the classrooms, as I mentioned earlier, they would be crowded, probably classrooms, and the average that people are quoting is about 70 kids in one classroom, and you can imagine what learning is like in these environments. Teachers are also sometimes, when they come into these situations, they are either overworked, they do not have the right skills to manage situations like this, or student cohort who come from these different backgrounds. They're also probably not familiar with the curriculum that is being taught, and let alone all the other legal issues that are related to either employment or accreditation of their certificates, or recognition of their certificates in host countries, and the rest of it. In general, one of the UNHCR estimates of that are affecting education is that, generally speaking, maybe young children would, on average, miss 4 years of their schooling because of the forced displacement of becoming refugees or displaced, and it takes them about 20 years to go back to their homes or that they left. So this is like a huge problem. If you think that children or young people will miss on 4 years of their schooling or of their formal education, and 20 years, then it becomes a huge global problem to address. I mean, the numbers are also pointing in that, with 82 million forcibly displaced people. And if you think about the Palestinian refugees, they've been refugees for the last 70 years. It's even more than 20 years. So is education important for refugee children? We at EAA believe it is, because through education, young people and children grow to fulfill their full potential. They learn how, and they move from one phase to another. And this is where they start, outlining what their future is and increasing their opportunities to succeed in life and their future. When children attend school, they are more likely to be safe and to stay safe, and they learn how to manage their everyday life. which are important skills for them to survive. In school, children also learn how to be independent and how to become resourceful and how to think and become active members in their communities. And in school, also through school, remember that education is a basic human right, and it is a right for everyone, regardless of their background, of their situation. So for a lot of refugee children and refugee families, education is a lifeline. This is their way out. This is how they can improve their opportunities and conditions. And let me now just walk you through about the things that we do at Education Above All, and then we probably, if time allows, we'll go for an example of a school that we have set up in Lebanon. And maybe at the end we'll leave some time for question and answer. So Education Above All, as you may have heard it, I mean, a lot of people know about our organization if they are flying on Qatar Airways or they see probably the placards on the streets in Doha. And when you're also checking out from one of the big supermarkets, the people will ask you to donate if you wish for Education Above All. These are how people associate, besides we're on the public eye, of course, and on social media. So we're a foundation. It was established by Her Highness Sheikh Hamoza bint Nasser in 2012. And the aim of it is to provide quality education for all. The foundation focuses mainly on those who are affected by poverty and conflict. Besides natural disaster, the majority are, of course, I mean, poverty and conflict, and to a less extent, you have less numbers who are affected by natural disasters. And natural disasters, we mean earthquakes, volcanoes, typhoons, and the rest of it, where also whose children and young people lives get disrupted because of these disasters. So we believe in inclusive quality education. So that means that children do have the right to have quality education. So it's not only attending any school or any classroom. It needs to be nurturing. It needs to be well resourced. People receive learning and move on and transition into different things. We also give scholarships to talented but disadvantaged youth to continue their education in college and universities. And I'll come to that in a minute, but you may have also noticed that yesterday we celebrated the granting of the 10,000th scholarship. It was number 10,000 to a Syrian refugee in Iraq. One of our programs, Al-Fakhura, do provide scholarships to university students, refugee university students. And yesterday we celebrated the grant of the 10,000th of that scholarship to a refugee. We also at EAA believe in partnership, and we believe that partnership is going to take us to areas that we cannot reach, and reach people who are remote and vulnerable and far from services and centers. So we work with UN agencies, with international NGOs, and with corporates to make sure that we can together fulfill this mission. And we believe, of course, that education is the key for progress and prosperity. This is a core of in our values. And Education Above All achieved its goals through four main programs: Educate a Child, Reach Out to Asia, Al-Fakhura, and Peace. So Educate a Child is a global program, and it helps mainly and focuses on enrolling out-of-school children, mainly primary school children, so from year 1 to year 6. And these are who have never had an opportunity to attend school. What we try is to enroll them and bring them back to mainstream education. And our commitment, the commitment that Her Highness made, is to bring back 10 million children globally. And we have achieved that number. We have already have 10 million, almost 10 million being achieved over the last few years. And the second program is ROTA. It's Reach Out to Asia. This was about established around more than 10 years ago. And its mandate has shifted recently to focus on young people who are between, let's say, 15 and 24 years old, and engage them in global citizenship education, where they become active members in their communities, whether local or global communities. And the third program is Al-Fakhura. Al-Fakhura started as a program to respond to the crisis in Gaza back in 2014 and try to rebuild and refurbish schools and education institutions that were affected by the Israeli bombing of the Gaza Strip, and then building schools. And then it grew to also provide scholarships to refugee students, college students who are going to university. Started in Gaza and moved towards the Syrian refugees in Syria as well as in neighboring countries. And as I just mentioned, yesterday was the number 10,000 scholarship being offered to a student in a Syrian student in Iraq. And the fourth program is PEACE, which is protecting education in insecurity and conflict areas. And this is mainly is an advocacy program, which means they are trying to, what we try to do with this program is to protect the concept of education and education facility and education provision in areas of conflict, in zones where we call for protecting school facilities, making sure that the teachers are able to do their job, that kids arrive to school and leave school safely, even when they are under conflict or a major crisis. So the work that this program does is mainly with governments, UN agencies, and more recently, the UN has adopted a day for protection of education in conflict, and that means that there's one day that the whole world celebrates. Or
excuse me, Dr.
Yes, are we running out of time?
Yeah, sorry, we're running out of time. Could you please conclude your final points?
Okay, so I will not go into the numbers then. I will just mention this project that we have done in Lebanon, as I promised. This is a project that we did in Bekaa Valley. It targeted about 4,000 primary school aged children and 60 teachers. It was a 3-year project done in 2 phases, and its aim was to support quality education for out-of-school Syrian children. We've built 2 primary schools with 19 classrooms on leased land. And there were many issues that school provided accredited accredited education that is in line with the Lebanese curriculum. And this was important for the refugees, that when they take these schools, it is accredited. It also provided some innovation and technological skills for the kids. It provided child protection services because, as I said, young people come with a very difficult mental health issues sometimes and with their families. So there needs to be some sort of psychosocial support that is provided to them as young people. And then nutritional assistance. So it was more than one thing. So it's not only provision of education, but also providing them with daily meals when they attend the schools. And teachers were also trained how to deal with refugee students. And this was where the American University in Beirut came into play and helped us in making sure that the teachers are ready for these. And then together with the parents to create or make this project successful, we made a parents association and involved them in the education process. I will not go into these, but what is also important about this this project is that it managed also to as a spin-off. There were also some additional components to it where young girls were able to go to school and continue their education into secondary, and then some of them went into colleges and received good scholarships. That's in a nutshell as an example of one of the projects that we have done. My last message that I would like to give out before I conclude is is what really needs to be done to make sure that young people do not miss on education and do not go into refugees. And I think the number one issue to be addressed here is to intensify these global efforts to prevent conflict, because this is one of the root causes that we have today and that we have to deal with, and all the difficulties that are coming of it. If these conflicts are prevented and these violent and stopped, then we don't need to deal with such a big population of refugees and young people who miss on these opportunities. To go with that is also reducing the risks associated with natural disasters. There are a lot of technology and investment being done on how to mitigate issues of climate change and reduce the impact of that on poor communities who need to migrate from one place to another to survive, and then they become displaced or refugees. There's a new concept of environment displacements and climate change refugees. Generally speaking, if we have to deal with refugees, we need to make sure that we are providing quality education, where good learning environment, it's safe to go to school and stay in school, and there is fair procedures for everyone. We need to make sure that those who miss on school, who never attended or who missed on school years, have another chance to go back into education and explore opportunities for themselves to continue. And then the teachers is also quite important for the provision of quality education. So we need to invest in their training, in building their capacity and maintaining it. This is in a nutshell. I'm sorry if I rushed all of that quite quickly, but I'm happy to take questions if the organizers are open to that. And thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. That was a really insightful session. Now, I would like to ask the audience if anyone would like to make a comment or ask a question.
Special thanks to Mr. Tarek. Actually, EAA has been doing really wonderful work, and it's one of our really great partners. And we are so honored that actually their support to our programs and also our students. And recently we had students from Education Above All. I mean, they are professionals who joined our program in Graduate Institute of Geneva. So, and we admire the work that you do. And it seems there's one question by Ms. Gulshan.
Thank you, Doctor. My question is about the title, why education above all? Why, for example, not for all, or?
There's an initiative, an international initiative, I believe, that was called Education for All, and that was probably before we were established. And the name also implies that education is above all priorities. It is, and for us as an organization and for Her Highness, it is considered that something that we want to promote and give priority for helping children, young people to progress and achieve the socioeconomic development goals and achieve their potential. That's it, to give it prominence and importance.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. I believe we have another question by Miss Suzanne. She's asking, what kind of impacts have you seen on the children you have supported in these schools? And do they get integrated or prefer to be separated?
The impacts are amazing, of course. Young people do, and you know, there are a lot of studies about how access to education have helped refugees to succeed in life, and many of them have gone into very prominent positions, and even with those who get the scholarships, they take jobs, prestigious jobs in the sectors that they are working in. They excel because, as I said in my presentation, for a lot of these refugees, the education is a lifeline. It's a way out. So they really put their hearts and minds and efforts to do well in schools and get better, and schools and colleges and get better jobs. And yes, so there's a lot of work. They take a lot of in terms of their integration with the local communities. Most of the time, yes, and it depends on the host countries and situations. But we of course encourage that for children and young people to study along with their colleagues from the host countries, because this creates a cohesive environment, if you like, and make sure that the societies and the communities that they work in are more peaceful. They're not in clash or in polarization, but rather than cohesive, and they live together. And most of our projects, we try to make it more integrated with the host communities when it allows.
All right then. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you.
Now we will be moving on to our next session by our very own Dr. Mustafa El-Amin from HBKU. Dr. Mustafa is a professor at the College of Islamic Studies. He worked as an associate fellow in the United Nations Institute for Training and Research. He was a member of the Arab Crisis Team in Jordan. He also previously worked as a Sudan foreign minister, the Sudan ambassador to UN and to Switzerland, and he was part of the Arab League's special envoy to Lebanon. He has published many books and articles, including but not limited to Arab national security, Arab Spring, and conflict resolutions, Islamic concept. Now, you'll be hearing from Dr. Mustafa on humanitarian action in South Sudan, the case of Operation Lifeline Sudan. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Elena. And at the outset, let me thank the organizer, Maker Majlis, Dr. Evran and his colleague. And your moderation today is very excellent. In fact, I'm following it since the beginning of today. So let me share my screen. Okay, let me first do it like that, and then. Okay, thank you very much. Do you hear me, Elena?
Yes, Doctor.
Thank you very much. So, as you can see, my contribution today will be about humanitarian action in South Sudan, with more concentration on the OLS, Operation Lifeline Sudan, and why OLS is considered to be a unique operation in the history of refugees and humanitarian assistance. Definitely, if I have time also, I will elaborate a little bit how politicization could affect negatively refugees and humanitarian assistance. And that's why we should leave humanitarian assistance as this considered to be one of the noble, clean events, our activities of human being. We should leave it as clean as much not contaminated with politicization. So let me start with a statement which I like it very much from the Secretary General Guterres about Quran.
Dr. Mustafa, we can't hear the sound. It's not. Dr. Mustafa?
Yes?
We can't hear the video sound.
You can't hear the video?
No.
So in that case, I will...
Maybe if you want, Dr. Mustafa, maybe if you can just like narrate the idea, so to be...
Yeah, it is 10 seconds. I will just... the Secretary General Guterres here, he cited a verse from the Holy Quran, Surah At-Tawbah. And he said that this is the best that can explain how the refugees should be protected. The verse from the Holy Quran, which been mentioned by Secretary General Guterres on the day of the Refugees Day, is from Surah At-Tawbah. It is وإن أحد من المشركين استجارك فأجره حتى يسمع كلام الله ثم أبلغه مأمنه. Whenever ask you to protect him, whatever his religion, whatever his race, whatever his sex, and then take him to a place where it should be secure. This is from Surah At-Tawbah, and this is what Secretary General Guterres used it. But let us go to how the world now is celebrating the Refugees Day. And let me go then to the historical background of the humanitarian action. What I will do here, that I will go very quickly on the historical background of the humanitarian action and how it is applicable to the case of Sudan. As I put it here, that before the Second World War, the humanitarian assistance was very traditional. It is either in a very isolated events like prisoner of war, or it is mainly faith-based humanitarian assistance. You will get it in Judaism, you will get it in Islam, you will get it in Christianity. After the Second World War, the humanitarian assistance start to have another shape. Of course, after the Second World War, many things being changed, because the UN was established in 1948, and this is the era of the state sovereignty, where national state start to develop its government, its policies, and so on. And the modern state start to take its shape. The humanitarian assistance used to be delivered, but through bilateral means, under the control of the government. And politically, this is because at that time, as you know, the Cold War, there are two blocks, the Warsaw or the Eastern blocks and the NATO or the Western bloc. And the Western, generally, they use the policy of President Eisenhower of the United States, which he said that the humanitarian aid, it should be used for attracting states and government for Western alliance, for the NATO, and away from Eastern Bloc, Warsaw. So that is why, at that time, respecting of governments, whether it is a military government, a civilian government, dictatorship government, whatever it is, each bloc are interested to have the consent of the governments, because they want the government not to shift to one bloc or another. This is continue until the end of the Cold War, where the United States after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the United States dominance the international affairs, don't need to use humanitarian assistance for attracting governments. So here, at the same time, conflict and humanitarian needs increased in many areas, in Somalia, in Rwanda, in Bosnia, in South Sudan, and so on. So here, the human rights and the humanitarian assistance become more prominent. And at the same time, new actors get into the business, civil society, NGOs, relief organizations, and so on. So it's become more complicated and maybe more interested for many. Now, let me also go very quickly about causes of humanitarian crisis. Definitely, we talked about two. One of them is a natural crisis, and the second one is man-made disaster. And here, example of the natural crisis like droughts and desertifications because of shortage of rain, and also flood disasters, and also pandemics, earthquakes, and volcanoes. This is all are part of the natural disaster. And this is very applicable to the Sudan. Sudan, every year, as you can see, because of the flooding of the Blue Nile. The Blue Nile comes from Ethiopia, the high amount of Ethiopia, and it ran only 4 months, but within these 4 months, more than 90% of the River Nile come from the Blue Nile. That's why during flood time, it destroyed many village, cities, and agriculture. So the majority of the Sudan humanitarian crisis are related to number one, natural crisis. Of course, we have also man-made disaster all over the world, like as you have seen in Beirut port, the explosion, and in wars in different parts of the world. But the majority of the humanitarian crises in Sudan are natural crisis. Now, let us move a little bit. Sorry. Now, this is the map of Sudan. And I want you to look at it, because when we end our speech, you are going to end up with two Sudans. So now, when the Operation Lifeline Sudan started in 1989, this is Sudan. In fact, this is the modern Sudan since 1821. This is the boundaries of the Sudan. Since that time, of course, in 2011, Sudan was separated into two, South Sudan and Sudan. But at that time, when Operation Lifeline of Sudan started, the government controlled the whole Sudan was in Khartoum, and the Operation Lifeline Sudan started in Kenya. You know, Kenya, neighbor to the south of Sudan, or neighbor to the Sudan as that time. So if we are going to speak about the Sudan and the humanitarian crisis, the historical background of Sudan before the establishment of the OLS, the current Sudan was Sudan before the separation of South Sudan was established in 1821, and Sudan faced many humanitarian crises and received humanitarian assistance, many due to drought, desertification, and flood. But when we talk about war in South Sudan, This is started, in fact, in 1955, just before the British colonization ended in Sudan with 1 year. So the war started in 1955, and the British left Sudan in 1956, where Sudan has got its independence. So peace for, after that, the war continued for 1955 till 1972. In 1972, during President Nimere's time, there is a peace signed in Addis Ababa, and this peace, in fact, continued for 10 years, from 1972 up to 1982. And this peace was signed by the help of the International Council of Church in Geneva. This is also important to take it into consideration in order to show you the intervention of missionary for a long time in the south of Sudan, and they help, as I said, to have south of Sudan 10 years of peace from 1972 to 1982. Operation Lifeline of Sudan starts, in fact, after that. It started in 1989. And what is the definition of the OLS, which is now become a very common name within the science of humanitarian assistance and refugees? OLS, or Operation Life Sudan, is a political administrative arrangements to allow humanitarian aids to reach to the needy people while conflict is going on, even if the needy people are under control of the rebels, as the case of South Sudan. Here, I would like to take you a little bit about the main feature of war in South Sudan. As you can see from the beginning, the presence of different missionary organizations. By the way, it is not only the International Council of Church, but the Catholic Church, all different missionaries from the West, they are, in fact, in South Sudan. And South Sudan, at that time, the majority are Muslim, but now South Sudan, the majority are not Muslim during to this interference. Also, at that time, the ideological difference between communist and liberalism, it reflects also in Sudan, because in Sudan, we have a government which brought to the West, Nimere's time, and in Addis Ababa, we have a government during Mengistu's time, which is brought to the Eastern Bloc. So war by proxy took place here, that Soviet Union want to fight the Western Bloc in Sudan, while the NATO wants also to use Sudan in order to fight the Warsaw. Due to this intervention, the rebels, they are not united. There are many divisions of rebels. That's why when you try to tackle humanitarian assistance during this environment, you need to do a lot of work in order to negotiate with this group, to negotiate with the other group, and so on, in order to reach to an agreement so that the humanitarian assistance could reach to the needy people. Also, we should not also forget that governments, the military also, they use the humanitarian assistance in order to attract the people to come to the area where under the army controls. Relief workers, some of them, they use this opportunity in order to take a side, not to commit themselves to neutrality and partiality. NGOs also, ideological differences reflect on the work of the NGOs during that time. So these and the main actors who signed the OLS are three. Number one, the Prime Minister of Sudan at that time, who is late Sadiq al-Mahdi. And then number two, Decolar, who was the Secretary General of the United Nations. And number three, the rebels. So the government itself accepts that the rebel to be part of the agreement of the Operation Life of Sudan, so that food could go to the needy people. Why OLS, or Operation Life Sudan, considered to be a unique model for delivering of humanitarian assistance? Operation Life Sudan was the first in history of the modern national state that state allowed its sovereignty for the benefit of the needy people. That sovereignty is not important, so that humanitarian assistance should reach to the needy people. As a result of the OLS and the experience of the OLS, many international humanitarian laws were adopted by the United Nations. As a result of that, the international community, as a result of these laws, the international community has got the right to intervene, even without the consent of the legitimate government. And this is what is working now. So all is considered as a unique operation in the history of the humanitarian act, as I said. Now, this is very quickly challenge face OLS during its operation for 20 years. Government, as I said, the army want to use the humanitarian assistance, rebels, divisions, and also they want to use the humanitarian assistance, relief staff, some staff also they belong to one of the two blocks, neighboring states, the different ideological in the neighboring states of Sudan, superpowers also war by proxy, they want to use the neighboring states, superpower war, and NGOs within and out the UN. NGOs are two types. There are some NGOs within the UN system. They work within the system and apply the international laws. There are some organizations, NGOs, they are not part of the UN system, and these are the dangerous ones. So politicization of humanitarian acts by the NGOs, the case of Norwegian People Aids NBA is a very common one, because this has been investigated by the Norwegian government when Sudan government complained. And Norwegian People Aids has got a communist ideology, and it belonged to the Labour Party in Norway. And they use the humanitarian assistance, and they use humanitarian transport in order to carry weapons to the rebel areas. And according to this, the government of Sudan complained to the Norwegian government, and the Norwegian government investigate and at the end punish, as far as I know, this organization. Sorry. I know that I have to make it shorter, but this is just an example how politicization could end or could affect negatively the stability of the state, and at the same time the refugees and the humanitarian delivering. So to the humanitarian delivering, you have seen the complications. To the state, now we end up with two Sudan, as you can see. South Sudan and Sudan. This is because of the intervention, negative intervention in the field of humanitarian assistance. I would like to end up here by repeat again what I started, and I think it reflects what Secretary General Guterres had just said, that the humanitarian work is one of the noble, clean achievement of the humanitarian being of the human being, it should not be contaminated with political agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mustafa. And hello, everyone. I'm Bayan Khalid. I'm the second MC for today, second moderator, and I'll be taking over from here. Thank you so much, Alina, for moderating all the sessions so far. And thank you, Dr. Mustafa, again for your inspiring presentation. Now I'd like to welcome multiple speakers from the International Organization for Migration, IOM, and they are Ms. Iman Ariqat, Chief of IOM Mission in Qatar, Mr. David Savard, Emergency Coordinator, IOM Turkey, Ms. Alina Mihai, Program Officer, IOM Jordan, and finally Ms. Rasha Shalita, sorry, I really hope I'm not butchering your names, National Program Officer at Emergency Department, IOM Lebanon. Mashallah, we've got all the countries here. So please go ahead and the floor is yours. We've made you all, we've made you co-hosts. So if you want to share your screens as well, you can do that.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum. This is Iman Ariqat, the Chief of Mission of IOM in the state of Qatar. It is my pleasure to be here. Taking this opportunity, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting us to such an important event, which I believe is a great opportunity to discuss the key challenges that people on the move, including refugees, face. In my presentation, I'll try to give a brief overview of IOM operations in refugee-related areas, while my colleagues from the field will share their thoughts from local perspectives. But before I start with my next slide, hopefully you can hear me well. Okay, it seems that you can hear me well. The International Organization for Migration, IOM, is the leading intergovernmental organization in the field of migration and is committed to the principle that humane and orderly migration benefits both migrants and society. In 2021, IOM celebrates its 70th anniversary. IOM was born in 1951 out of the chaos and displacement of Western Europe following the Second World War. IOM formally joined the United Nations system in 2016 as a related UN agency. IOM also acts as the coordinator and secretariat for the UN Migration Network established in 2019. It has 174 member states and offices in over 100 countries. Thanks to its 590 offices around the globe, many of which are situated in hard-to-reach locations, IOM maintains a reputation as an agile, first responser to humanitarian crisis. IOM's key areas of intervention include emergency response and assistance to displaced population, return and reintegration for migrants, community stabilization, resettlement assistance, camp coordination, and camp management, in addition to protection and assistance to vulnerable communities, disaster risk reduction, and mitigating climate change. Next, please. Migration is shaping our world at every turn in an era of deepening globalization, increased digitalization, and rapid urbanization. Migration touches all states and people more than ever before. In 2015, migration was for the first time recognized in the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Agenda. The inclusion of migration in the 2030 Agenda presents a momentous opportunity to assess the impact of migration for a range of development issues and to understand better how development can impact on migration and migrants. The 2030 Agenda for SDGs includes several targets related directly to international migration or migrants. The most explicit among them is Target 10.7, which calls on countries to facilitate orderly, safe, regular, and responsible migration and mobility of people, including through the implementation of planned and well-managed migration policies. Other migration-related targets in the 2030 agenda include, among others, providing scholarships for study abroad, target 4.B, respecting the labor rights of migrant workers, target 8.8, reducing the costs of transferring remittances, target 10.C, ending human trafficking, targets 5.2, 8.7, and 16.2, and disaggregating data by various characteristics, including migratory status, which is target 17.18. The SDGs and the commitment to leave no one behind and to reach the furthest behind will not be achieved without due consideration of migration. Next slide, please. More people are on the move today than at any other time in recorded history, adding up to 1 billion people in total. More than 1/7 of humanity is on the move. A variety of elements contribute to the movement of people on such a large scale. The forces driving migration are many and include climate change, natural and man-made catastrophes, conflicts, demographic trends, rising youth unemployment in the developing world, and widening north-south social and economic disparities. The International Organization for Migration, IOM, works to help ensure the orderly and humane management of migration, promote international cooperation on migration issues, assist in the search for practical solutions to migration problems, and provide humanitarian assistance to migrants in need, including refugees and internally displaced persons. Next, please. Today, more than 82.4 million people are forcibly displaced in the world. The overwhelming scale and complex nature of global displacement has renewed the debate on enhancing access. I'm sorry, my screen is going up and down. I'm sorry about that. I was saying today more than 82.4 million people are forcibly displaced in the world. The overwhelming scale and complex nature of global displacement has renewed the debate on enhancing access to refuge that is safe, regular, and sustainable, such as IOM works closely with government, UNHCR, non-governmental organizations, and other partners such as airlines to enable solutions for refugees and migrants. Resettlement is an international protection tool which meets the specific needs of refugees and other vulnerable persons of concern. It is an established tool for assistance and for providing durable solutions to refugees worldwide. It gives a chance to begin life anew to many who would otherwise have neither home nor country to go. In the last decade alone, IOM has facilitated the resettlement movement of more than 1.19 million refugees and other vulnerable persons of concern from 166 locations around the world. Next, please. Each year, on average, IOM supports over 30 states in conducting resettlement, humanitarian admissions, and relocation for over 100,000 refugees and other vulnerable persons. In 2019, significant operations were conducted out of Afghanistan, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iraq, Jordan, Kenya, Lebanon, Turkey, Uganda, United Republic of Tanzania, and Ukraine. The top 3 resettlement countries were the United States of America, Canada, and Australia. While the resettlement landscape has witnessed important progress in the last few years, global resettlement needs has doubled to reach 1.4 million in 2020. In 2019, only 4.5% of global resettlement needs were met. Unfortunately, resettlement is not an option. For the vast majority of refugees, as global resettlement opportunities are in decline and only reach around 100,000 places each year. Next, please. Partnerships are crucial to achieve our shared goals and to make a real difference in the lives of those most vulnerable. IOM collaborates with a broad range of partners to provide solutions for displaced people. We work closely with our colleagues in UNHCR on global, regional, and national levels to jointly support the member states through new initiatives. The Sustainable Resettlement and Complementary Pathways Initiative, which is called CRESP, is one example of this partnership. CRESP is a UNHCR IOM-led initiative that aims to support states and key stakeholders to establish, expand, or renew resettlement. The CRESP provides targeted capacity building in partnership with diverse actors, including champion states, to achieve quality, scalable, and sustainable programs. Such partnerships capture the spirit of the Global Compact on Refugees and the Global Compact for Migration, the two international landmark agreements adopted in December of 2018 by the UN General Assembly, in which states have committed to strengthen and enhance mechanisms to protect people on the move. Next, please. Besides the movement operations, IOM is engaged in activities to meet immediate needs and address vulnerabilities of crisis-affected population, including refugees and internally displaced persons. IOM is the lead of the Global Camp Coordination and Camp Management Cluster for Natural Disasters, in which it co-shares UNHCR. Refugee response activities include a wide range of activities under shelter rehabilitation, infrastructure rehabilitation, access to service and direct assistance, entrepreneurship and innovation training, job placement assistance, cash-based assistance, and COVID-19 response, and etc., etc. In recent years, for example, IOM has maintained fleets to ensure that crisis-affected migrants are moved to safety in Ethiopia, Iraq, Libya, Jordan, and South Sudan. In Turkey, for example, IOM provided safe daily transportation to 20,000 Syrian refugee children so that they could attend primary and secondary schools. Our colleagues from the field from Turkey, Jordan, and Lebanon are here today with me to also share their direct experience from the field. So before giving the floor to them, I would like to thank you all for your kind attention. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Ms. Iman. So who will be speaking from your team now?
My colleague from Turkey, I think they are making themselves ready with the presentation.
Oh, perfect.
Just we'll give them a few seconds.
Good afternoon. I am Riya Kaya from IAM Turkey. Unfortunately, our emergency coordinator, David Savard, is not able to join us due to very last minute and competing priority. And he sent his regrets. But could you please confirm whether you can see my presentation screen or not?
Yes, we can see it. Perfect.
Okay, wonderful. So good afternoon again, and thank you so much for your invitation to IAM Turkey to this event. As I said, my name is Riya Kaya. I am IAM Turkey's senior project developer, and very happy to join to this outstanding event today. I'll try my best to outline refugee situation in Turkey and IAM Turkey's response. As we recognize on World Refugee Day, refugees remain some of the most vulnerable people on earth. And as humanitarians, we have dedicated ourselves to improving their lives in ways big and small. You can see here pictures of Syrians and the support IOM is providing to them here in Turkey, including...
Sorry, can you make full screen, the slides full screen?
I can, I guess, just a second.
Yeah, on the left, yeah.
Here you go. Is it good?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay, thank you. So I was just saying that our activities in Turkey, including education, psychosocial support, business development, training, shelter, and more. I also would like to note that in Turkey, Syrians are not called as refugees, but are designated as Syrians under temporary protection. This is part of an overall effort to ensure Syrians are accepted into larger society in Turkey. Here you can see the influx of Syrian refugees to Turkey that started with the onset of hostilities in Syria back in 2011, which accelerated in 2013 and continues to today. What you see here are cumulative totals. By the end of 2015, Turkey had 2.5 million Syrians under temporary protection, meaning over 3,000 Syrians entered Turkey every day in 2014 and 2015. By the end of 2019, the last year before we started to see the impact of COVID-19, Turkey had over 3.5 million Syrians under temporary protection. The latest figure that is obtained by the official sources from the government of Turkey, as of 9 June 2021, Turkey now is hosting almost 3.7 million Syrians, and this number continues to grow. In addition to that, as you can see here, Turkey also hosts another 30,000 non-Syrian migrants, either under international protection or applicant status, mostly from Afghanistan, Iraq, and Iran. While we do not have exact figures of irregular migrants in Turkey, we do know that Turkish authorities apprehended over 120,000 irregular migrants back in 2020, after a major spike of almost 500,000 of apprehension in 2019. As of 9 June 2021, nearly 50,000 irregular migrants have been apprehended this year, mostly from Central and South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. On the right side, you can see applications for international protection that are also lower, with the pandemic reducing numbers in 2020, but the social and economic forces causing people to migrate continue, so it is reasonable for us to expect an increase as the effects of COVID-19 fade. This is clearly a complex situation, made all the worse by the pandemic and the ever-present possibility of an influx from northwest Syria, where 2.5 million internally displaced persons remain highly compromised, in need of food, shelter, NFIs, and wash services. IOM and the UN writ large is working to address people's vulnerabilities, needs, and challenges faced in and out of Syria in a comprehensive manner. Government of Turkey's support includes access to education, healthcare, and employment. With these sectors being addressed by the government of Turkey, UN agencies and NGOs are tasked with finding and filling gaps in Turkey. While services can always be coordinated and delivered in a more systematic and holistic manner, the cooperation and coordination between the government of Turkey and the UN agencies is outstanding. The pandemic increased vulnerabilities for Syrians, making access to services, employment, education, healthcare more problematic. For example, in education, 67% of respondents had children attending school prior to the pandemic. With the onset of the pandemic, however, only half of the children who had been formally enrolled in school were participating in the Ministry of National Education's online distant education program, meaning 65% of children did not have access to the ministry's online education system. Following, in healthcare, 25% of those who tried to access to healthcare reported that they were unable to access to health services. Either it was because they had difficulties obtaining an appointment or lack of transportation and other issues. As of 5th of May 2021, only 1.8% of foreign nationals received their first dose of COVID-19 vaccine in Turkey. This is even fewer for the second dose of the vaccine that is received by foreign nationals. In livelihoods, nearly 90% reported that their employment status and conditions have been negatively affected by the pandemic. And 72% reported they had lost their income entirely due to COVID-19, making loss of income by far the major economic impact of the pandemic on Syrians under temporary protection. As it has been for the host community in Turkey, unemployment, decreased income, limited mobility, and lack of socialization have broadly and dramatically impacted refugee community members, regardless of age and gender. Following, IOM and the rest of the UN are seeking to mitigate the impact of the pandemic by supporting the government of Turkey's COVID-19 vaccination program and supporting access to comprehensive healthcare in Turkey, increasing basic needs support and livelihood opportunities, increasing access to various public services like education and social services, among others, increasing access to legal and other support, and of course, identifying and programming for any new service gaps that arise unidentified. So hereby, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I hope the information we have provided has helped you to make the sense of refugee situation in Turkey.
Alina?
Yes, good afternoon. Please just bear with me 1 second so I can share my screen. I hope that my presentation is available and you can see it.
Yes, we can see.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for having me with you today. My name is Alina Mihai. I'm the Refugee Response Coordinator based in Amman, and I'll have the pleasure to complement my colleagues' work in presenting IOM's response in Jordan. As a quick overview in terms of the refugee situation in Jordan, Jordan is the second largest host of refugees per capita in the world. As of 15th of May, the statistics of refugees registered with UNHCR are over 750,000, and these are of multiple nationalities. Today, Syrian refugees account for more than 10% of Jordan's total population, of which 83% are residing mainly outside the camps, primarily in the northern governorates of Amman, Mafraq, Irbid, and Zarqat, proximity to the Syrian border. The majority of refugees that live outside of camps are struggling to meet their basic needs. They're accumulating debt and relying on negative coping strategies. When it comes to refugees from other countries rather than Syria, they're less visible and often more excluded from protection, assistance, and national services. We are now 10 years into the crisis, and the cumulative effect that has been taken a toll on refugees is more and more visible. This is equally even more visible on host communities alike, depleting personal savings and assets, straining local service provision, and heightening vulnerabilities. Also now, given the scale and the protracted nature of the refugee crisis to date, which is also paired with the impact and consequences of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, significant needs and gaps are expected to remain as high for refugees in Jordan for the foreseeable future. In general, in terms of IOM's engagement in support of refugees, we have actively engaged since 2011 through a number of programs that have addressed the needs of refugees. To date, IOM Jordan Mission is implementing programs including resettlement assistance, direct assistance through cash-based interventions for both basic needs and protection, transportation assistance, medical services, and visa application centers. I'll quickly present to you the Resettlement Support Center, which is covering Middle East and Northern Africa, based in and operated by IOM Mission in Amman. It conducts resettlement processing for the United States Refugee Admission Program in 16 countries throughout the MENA region, and it overall assists refugees with all the different steps that are involved in the resettlement process. The program is assisting persons of special humanitarian concern who can either establish prosecution or a well-founded fear of prosecution based on race, religion, nationality, membership to a particular social group, or a political opinion may be considered for admission to the United States as refugees. Over the last 5 years, the Resettlement Support Center in the MENA region and operated from Amman has had approximately 67,000 applicants or UNHCR referrals for refugee processing. And over the same period, the Resettlement Support Center has supported with the departure of approximately 11,500 individuals who were resettled to the United States. IOM works closely with governments, with UNHCR, with NGOs and other partners such as airlines, airport authorities to enable the resettlement process. The safe and dignified resettlement of refugees and other humanitarian entrants require a comprehensive, humane, and protection-oriented approach, one which of course recognizes the interdependence of travel, health, and integration as an integral component of the resettlement process. Our direct assistance program to refugees based on cash interventions is supporting most vulnerable refugees' households. The cash continues to date to gain prevalence as a modality for humanitarian agencies to help people meet multiple and diverse needs in the wake of a crisis. It provides them with the dignity of choice, and it is significantly more cost efficient than the delivery of in-kind assistance. Providing the refugees with cash, it enables them to not only fulfill their needs in a dignified manner, but also to contribute to the local economy. In Jordan, IOM uses cash-based interventions to provide assistance and services to the most vulnerable refugees, assisting them to meet basic needs as well as winter-specific needs. This is specifically for refugees who lack sufficient income and resources when the winter season leaves many in even greater hardship as they strive to meet either the high cost of housing, heating, or each day challenge to afford basic goods, medicine, rent, electricity bills, water, etc. The cash assistance is providing them with the power of choice. The purpose of the program we are running is to aim to ensure that most vulnerable of refugees are meeting their needs in dignity, that they are protected, and that they become more resilient. It overall benefits both the refugees and the host community and economy at the same time. Since 2019, more than 15,000 refugees have been assisted through the cash-based program for basic needs, and more than 11,000 refugees received winter cash assistance. In addition, as of this year, we have also started a cash for protection assistance, which is aimed at people facing high risk or victims of a specific domain that can be assisted specifically to address their protection assistance, and which is complementing the other assistance packages. Lastly, the assistance we're providing also is to ensure transportation for family reunification, either in between camps or camp and urban areas. If you please bear with me now, I have a short video that I would like to present to you. Please confirm if you have sound.
Yes, we have sound.
المعيشة، ولا يعني هون يعني مرتاحين ومليحين، بس شو إنه هذا الغلا. والبيت يعني مثل هذا البيت يعني أجاره 150 غرفتين والصالون. هسا مثلها الجرة يعني لا تاخذين أولاد صغار، عندي 3 يعني كل أسبوع كل هيك 10 أيام بدنا جرة. يعني ساعدتنا.
يعني حسيت انه حسنت من الوضع.
حسنتنا شوي يعني، ما قلت لك كان عندنا شوية هذا شغلات يعني اليوم من استلمناها ساعدتنا شوي.
صح ممكن.
Sorry. I thought that this would be a good opportunity for you to also have the interaction of one of the beneficiaries who benefited just in the crisis of the winter cash assistance. Moving over to the other 2 programs that I briefly want to present to you before we are concluding this presentation, we are equally having, as I mentioned, also visa application centers to support refugees in their different, both refugees and persons on the move with the different processes. And for this example, through the Canada Visa Application Center, which is conducted in partnership with VFS Global, IOM is assisting visa applicants with a wide range of information and services through multiple channels that were also equally adapted to the COVID pandemic. Services are operated since June 2013 and are offering applicants assistance through all the steps of the process. Overall, since the beginning of this year and up to May, we have assisted more than 650 passport submissions requests and more than 2,400 biometric cases. Last but not least, our family assistance program is assisting vulnerable groups who are applying for family reunification with a family member with protection status in Germany. Active since 2018, the program is supporting mainly Syrian and Iraqi nationals, but as well as Palestinian, Yemeni, and Libyan applicants and stateless persons. Despite the challenging times of the current COVID pandemic, the support program has continued to progress and to help applicants in different ways by providing either services via email, call center, but as well as in-person assistance. And to date, the program has assisted over 17,000 applicants and completed more than 2,000 visa applications. I try to remain very brief, so I would like to now thank you for the attention and to have the opportunity to present today. IOM Jordan will continue its engagement in the future and contribute to UN and humanitarian efforts to overall address and respond to the needs of refugees in Jordan. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. Do we have any more speakers from IOM?
Yeah, we have one more, just very brief presentation from our colleague from Lebanon, Racha. Are you ready?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Rasha Shalita, and I'm the Community Stabilization Program Officer for IOM Lebanon. IOM Lebanon has been implementing community stabilization and livelihood programs as part of its response to the Syria crisis since 2015. The objective of these programs is to promote peace and stability in areas facing tension in Lebanon and to improve the socio-economic situation of the refugee and host community. Our recent interventions under these 2 main sectors include community support projects, municipalities' direct assistance, and cash for work. IOM Lebanon was able to implement more than 40 community support projects to address short-term needs identified through participatory process to reduce tensions and support the delivery of municipal services for hosts and for the Syrian refugees. The following videos tells you the story and the methodology behind one of our many implemented community support projects. So I'm going to go and share my screen right now. Okay.
Sorry, is there supposed to be sound?
Yes, so there's no sound?
Yeah, so if you just stop sharing and then try to share again, when you click the share button, there should be a little check mark at the bottom that gives you the option to share computer audio.
Okay, hold on for a second.
Do you see it?
Yes. All right,
Okay, yeah,
sorry
just-
for that.
No problem.
هذا المشروع كان مهم كتير. أول شيء مشان الشباب تشتغل، على الشباب اللي أول طلعته عاطي على العمل، لعله الله بغير الأحوال بعد فترة معينة.
هذا الحياة دلوقتي صارت الأحداث هون الجبل متبينة والمي عم تسرح صورة تحت البلاط.
يعني نحن هون عم نشكي كثير والحمد لله رب العالمين. الله بيقطع، الله بعثنا الناس عوادة يطلعوا بهالشعب الفقير لأنه المعيشة صعبة عندنا كثير، ما في أشغال. أنا عم بيحكي عن كذوب بيحكي هون 30 كعكة ما فيها شيء، يعني جبنته وخضروتهم ما فيها مدخول زياده. عندي ولدين وقاعدين شباب اثنين وقاعدين معطلين. الله يستر عمي يرضى عليهم ويرزقهم يا رب. الحمد لله رب العالمين. هذا حال الدنيا. الله يبارك فيكم.
نحن ضمن مبادرة خارطة الطريق نحو المصالحة بطرابلس اللي بتسلط الضوء على المشاكل اللي نتجت عن الحرب وعن النزاعات المسلحة بين جبل محسن وباب التباني. كان كمان وضمن تحت مشروع مصالحة جمعية شفت اللي هي على حدود مشروع الحريري قررت انه تقوم بمبادرة وبمقاربة جديدة لحل المشاكل بهيدي المجتمعات. المقاربة اللي نحن عملناها انه نحن نخلي المجتمعات المحلية هي تكون قيادية بحل مشاكلها. من هون طلعت فكرة لجنة قلب المشروع. هيدا المشروع هو بتمويل من الحكومة الكندية وتنفيذ من المنظمة الدولية للهجرة IOM بالشراكة مع جمعية شفت.
بعتبر حالنا عملنا إنجاز كبير لأنه وحدنا حالنا بين المحتلين وصاحبين الحقوق وبين السنة والعلوية، واعتبرنا هذا كلياتنا ببيت واحد بقلب المشروع.
نحن اليوم بهذا المشروع اكتسبنا اشياء كثيره غير القنايات، غير تظبيط الطرقات، غير تظبيط شالة النفايات من الشوارع ومن المداخل. نحن كسبنا شغله كثير مهمه ما قدرت الدوله تجمعها ابدا، ولا قدر اي مسؤول بهالبلد يقدر يجمعها بفضل الجهه المانحه. اليوم جمعنا طرفين دائما متنازعين مع بعضهم، اليوم الصبح كل يوم بيتروقوا مع بعضهم، بيتغدوا مع بعضهم وعم يعيشوا مع بعضهم.
Thank you so much. Any questions before we end this session?
Thank you so much, IOM team. I do believe we have one question, and I think we'll only be able to take one question because we went over time. So please go ahead, Dr. Gulshan.
Thank you. Ms. Iman, the question is yours. What do you think of the coordination between Lebanon, Turkey, and Jordan in the return of refugees to their home country? And since IOM is working with this country, Lebanon, Jordan, Turkey, and others, for integration, is there a plan to support refugees in case return decision or plan? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your important question. Actually, we work closely with the government. Once they approve and they agreed on any movement or returnees for refugees and displaced people, then according to the international standard, according to the UN standard, we will be engaging with the different parties, the different governments. And in the first place, we will not be involved in any transportation operation unless we ensure the safety and the dignity of the returnees, the refugees back home. So rest assured that whatever is agreed among the government, the different governments, I only will be involved when it's according to the international standard and to secure the safety and the dignity of the returnees. Hopefully this answers your question.
Yes, very good answer. Thank you so much. Since we worked on the strategies of return, I think it will be very good it's important to collaborate in between local NGOs and IOM, UNHCR to solve this issue. Thank you so much.
Inshallah, thank you.
Inshallah.
Thank you, Doctor, for your question. Thank you, IOM team, for your presentations. They're very informative, very valuable. And now I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Amna Al-Badr, who graduated from Chicago, Illinois, with a bachelor's degree in psychology in 2019. She currently works at the Qatar Fund for Development in the Humanitarian Aid Department as a humanitarian aid officer. She decided to study psychology in university because her purpose in life has always been to help others, especially the ones that need it the most but cannot get it. Her work at QFFD involves aiding and enabling communities in need. Ms. Amna, please go ahead. The floor is yours. Can you try sharing your screen, and then if it doesn't work, I'll share it from my side. Okay, I will make you co-host now.
I don't see the option for sharing my screen.
Okay, no problem. I will share it from my side then. Is there a video that has sound? Okay, cool. So we can just do that then. 1 second.
Good morning, afternoon, and evening, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. First, let me introduce myself. I know Bayan already introduced me, but my name is Amna Al-Badr, and I work at the Qatar Fund for Development as a humanitarian aid officer. Before talking about the fund's contribution to the refugees and showcasing an overview of our humanitarian work, please allow me to start off by introducing the Qatar Fund for Development. Next slide, please. QFFD is a public development institution committed on behalf of the state of Qatar to improving the livelihood of communities around the world. Our vision is to give hope, promote peace and justice through sustainable and inclusive development. As the development and humanitarian arm of the state of Qatar, QFFD was established to play a central role in advancing the Agenda 2030 for sustainable development and providing support in humanitarian emergencies worldwide. Next slide. QFFD works closely with donors, UN agencies, Qatari-based NGOs, and other organizations to provide humanitarian relief services and contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, specifically by addressing global priority issues in health, education, economic empowerment, and climate change. Next slide. When it comes to humanitarian assistance, it is not limited to those 4 priorities, as you can see, and our approach is more encompassing all sectors and needs-based. Next slide. Since its inception, QFFD has funded development and humanitarian projects in more than 70 countries, as you see in the map shown. Next slide, please. Moving on to the topic we're discussing here today, which is refugees. When talking about displacement, we can say that there are 2 kinds of displaced people, refugees and IDPs. IDPs are internally displaced people, and I think making a distinction between them is very important. Not just that, but mentioning IDPs is very important as they face many of the hardships that refugees face, and they are often neglected. As the ICRC defines it, refugees are people who have crossed an international frontier and are at risk or have been victims of prosecution in their country of origin. Internally displaced people, on the other hand, have not crossed an international frontier, but have, for whatever reason, also fled their homes. So both refugees and IDPs are people who have faced some sort of struggle or suffering that led them to leaving their homes, and in case of refugees, their own countries. Next slide. As you can see, there are 45.7 million IDPs worldwide, while there are 26 million refugees in the world. Both numbers are very significant, but it shows that the number of IDPs is much higher and that they should be looked at and talked about as well. Although refugees' lives are extremely hard, living in camps away from their homes, many times not being accepted by their host communities, and even living in communities where they do not speak the native language, which causes more struggle and hardship. They are still protected by international laws, UN laws, and the UNHCR. IDPs do not have the same protections. They are displaced within their own countries, which means they remain under the protection of their own country. It may seem like a better situation or option, but it's not. Because keep in mind, when they were displaced, they were technically still under their country's protection, and yet they were not protected. In addition to not feeling safe, they have to deal with finding food, shelter on their own, as IDPs are not protected under the UN. And as many of us know, the UN cannot operate in a country without the government's approval. So if a country doesn't want to accept help, the IDPs remain unaided, trying to navigate all the misfortunes or their misfortunes on their own, in what is most likely a country with very limited resources. Many of the projects QFFD funds are targeted towards refugees and IDPs. Like one thing that shocked me when I first read it is, did you know that Yemen, with all that is happening there, hosts around 137,000 refugees and asylum seekers from both Somalia and Ethiopia? It hosts the second largest refugee population from Somalia in the world. This shows that refugees are everywhere, even in war-torn countries like Syria and Yemen. So this is it for this part of the presentation, and I know this event is for discussing refugees. But in recent years, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, where people were not allowed to travel, including asylum seekers and refugees, many of them were forced to be internally displaced as they had no other option. Next slide, please. Now moving on to the humanitarian aid at KFFD. Our recent interventions focused on the world's largest humanitarian crises, such as that faced by Yemen. We also continuously support emergency response projects in Syria, such as the Quest initiative, which I will talk about later, as well as Palestine and other countries that focuses on delivering aid to refugees displaced within and beyond the borders of their countries. This is in addition to providing support to countries like Afghanistan, South Sudan, Somalia, and others to contain the COVID-19 outbreak. As well as rehabilitating water and sanitation systems and providing emergency response to natural disasters. In the humanitarian aid department, our focus is on emergencies such as wars and climate change disasters, as well as protracted or forgotten crises. These are some of the emergencies that force many individuals into leaving their homes and becoming refugees and IDPs. So as you can imagine, most of our work is targeted towards them. We have a priority towards system strengthening, typically in refugee hosting countries. We work in countries or areas that already have a weak infrastructure and health facilities. These have to be, there has to be an element of sustainability in the way we think about protracted emergencies that have a large number of refugees being affected. The way to do that is to make sure that local communities are able to withstand the shocks that happen on a regular basis without being reliant upon the work of international humanitarian organizations that are there for a shorter period of time, that are themselves reliant on short-term grant modalities as well. And the reason for that is it causes a disruption in services. If you have projects that focus on critical life-saving assistance, if there's a pause in between the grants that are being secured by an NGO, there's a pause in the services themselves. And we have to try to avoid that. This is why, for example, any type of assistance we provide, like winterization assistance, has to make sure that a component of social protection mechanism is embedded, such as including cash assistance that benefits beneficiaries. Cash assistance is a more dignified approach, and it is better because it is embedded within local mechanisms so that you avoid duplication, and in the longer term, beneficiaries are able to allocate the resources towards things that allow them to invest in their future a lot better. So instead of spending their money on food, they are able to spend it on school fees, for example, thus creating a more sustainable approach. Next slide. Lastly, I want to talk about the Quest initiative. The initiative launched by the state of Qatar seeks to support Syrian refugees and IDPs, especially children and youth, through securing their access to education, health, and economic empowerment. Next slide. Quest, next slide, please. Quest Education, launched by the state of Qatar in 2016, is an initiative that aims to provide multi-sectorial support to conflict-affected Syrians inside and outside of Syria, including IDPs in Syria and refugees in surrounding countries. The 5-year initiative seeks to provide education and training to nearly 400,000 Syrian refugees within Syria and in Jordan, Lebanon, Iraq, and Turkey. Next slide. In 2018, KFFD expanded the initiative to include health and economic empowerment interventions. The health component aims to provide vital support to a wide range of populations using various strategies in order to bring about quick improvement in the health status of the targeted population. The interventions include reproductive health, nutrition, as well as primary, secondary, and tertiary health support. Quest Health is a needs-based initiative that is designed to fill the unmet gaps by providing cost-effective and impactful interventions and activities for the Syrian refugees. In addition to this, QFFD is supporting economic development projects that aim to create sustainable jobs for youth and women by creatively tackling the root barriers to wage and self-employment to generate and drive sustainable income and livelihoods. In doing so, the interventions provide technical skills training, employment advice, facilitating access to finance and higher education. Next slide. This is it for my presentation today. It was a pleasure getting a chance to showcase our work here at QFFD and getting a chance to speak with such an impressive group of participants. I also include my email in the last slide if you have any questions that come up later. But for now, I give the floor back to you. If you have any questions, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Amna. Mashallah, you managed to get us right on track. We were running low on time. Actually, we went over time, and now we're exactly on time. So thank you so much for that. And yeah, that's great. Does anyone have any questions before we move along? I think amazing to see Qatar's contribution to the world in a practical way. And thank you, Amna, well done. So those are some positive comments. Someone said great work as well. So yeah, thank you so much, dear Amna, for this. And thank you everyone for listening. Now we're at the final part of today's agenda, but before that we will be having another half an hour break, and we'll resume again at 3 p.m. for our last speaker of the day. So stay tuned and we'll see you in half an hour. Thank you so much. Oh, someone said something in regard to research of refugees issues and how researcher could contribute to QFFD. Did you have a question with that, or? Yes, okay, we'll wait for him to do you wanna unmute your mic? You can unmute your mic and talk if you like. Maybe he's still typing up the question.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Can you
yes,
hear me?
perfect.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is Abdul Fattah Mohammed from Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. I'm quite pleased with the presentation that Amna has done just now. Thank you very much for that, Amna. I believe, of course, QFFD is really leading organization in terms of contributions to refugees and the economic empowerment, the health and education. The question that comes to researchers and research communities is how to engage with such an excellent contributions that QFFD is doing. Basically engagement in terms of research accessibility to information, as well as to working hand in hand. At least what is known by QFFD, they do a lot of monitoring and evaluation for their projects. And I think between the stream of evaluation and the stream of research, we can really create an excellent opportunity for researchers in Islam and Global Affairs program, for example, or researchers in our Center for Conflict and Humanitarian Studies. I would like to hear from Amna. What is your comments on this issue?
Thank you so much for your question. With regards to how we can integrate research or implement or take the information that we have at QFFD and insert it into research, I can definitely connect you with our colleagues here at QFFD in the Strategic Partnership Department that might be able to aid you in that way. Of course, we would love to have something between us and for some research to be done to have more visibility on our work here at QFFD. because we do a lot of work and sometimes it feels like it's not recognized as much as it's needed.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your question, and thank you for taking the time to come here and give your presentation. And thank you everyone for listening and tuning in. So we'll take our break now. I know it's been a long day. So one last speaker, amazing speaker. I'm actually really excited for what he has to say. And we'll be starting again at 3 p.m. So see you all then.